criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, primeira botada tu pede de novo. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, primeira botada tu pede de novo. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, primeira botada tu pede de novo. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula. Dentro da base tu toma na chota, 40 graus dentro da bucetinha, diretriz firme ela fala o que gosta, chupa na bunda com a valga por cima. Dentro da base tu toma na chota, 40 graus dentro da bucetinha, diretriz firme ela fala o que gosta, chupa na bunda com a valga por cima. Vai dar pra tropa dos 40 graus dentro da bucetinha, diretriz firme ela fala o que gosta, chupa na bunda com a valga por cima. Vai dar pra tropa dos 40 graus dentro da bucetinha, diretriz firme ela fala o que gosta, chupa na bunda com a valga por cima. Chupa na bunda com a valga por cima. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, primeira botada tu pede de novo. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, primeira botada tu pede de novo. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, primeira botada tu pede de novo. Quer bandido criminoso, dá aula na foda, te come nervoso, dá aula. Dentro da base, dentro da base, tapa na bunda com a valga por cima, vai dar pra tropa dos vai dar pra tropa dos
Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Black Rambo, soundboy don't when I let one go. Black Rambo, soundboy don't when they will say straight on straight. Black Rambo, soundboy don't when I let one go. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Black Rambo, soundboy don't when I let one go. Black Rambo, soundboy don't when they will say straight on straight. Black Rambo, soundboy don't when I let one go. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum. Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy don't decay a red drum.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody.
Sesame seed, yeah, everything born. Soundboy Don the Cape and Red Drum. Black Rambo, soundboy Don when I let one go. Black Rambo, soundboy Don when they
What's up, everybody? I am back. Maybe you saw the message on Discord. It feels so weird.
Fuck.
I love that sound. Discord is where I post up-to-date stream schedule stuff. Anyways, felt cute night. What? No, that I got home last night. My ears are messed up. Yes, I got home last night, so I hit you guys up on Discord and let you know. That I'd be streaming today. Sorry. So many weird messages back to back. Tendo, thank you for the 59 months. Furry Lewis, thank you for the 10 months. Sizzler, thank you for the 41 months. How does night driving not freak you out?
Hello!
I'm a child of the night. No, I don't. I'm only scared of driving at night if I'm really tired. Because then driving is meditative for me, as long as there's not too much traffic. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, this is nice. That's the only time I'm afraid of driving at night.
Okay.
You just don't like driving in general. There you go. Saw Late Night with the Devil last night. I'm expecting something sensational tonight. Is that weird, like, old 70s talk show looking trailer we watched? It is. Did you like it? So yeah, I'm back home. It's weird. I'm still not gonna spend a lot of time. First of all, the fires are not out. So even if like your neighborhood looks better than it did last week, the air is still trash. So have my air filters running. What else can I do? What else can I do? I have two.
Meow.
Kendrick, thank you for the 34 months. Adna, thank you for the 9 months. Oh no, sorry. 9 months. That can't be right. Thank you for the 9 gifted. Thank you, thank you. ever drive and not have a memory of how you got to your destination? No. Uncle Sasha man. Yeah, I have my air purifiers going. So you never zoned out? Yeah, but it's not like, oh, how did I do that? That's kind of scary sounding, actually. No. So what did I say we're doing today, chat? I think I'll look into, I have all this stuff that I want to try and get those shirts out now before people's short-term collective memories and start to take over, in regards to the fires. So I want to get that up and running. Hello! I have this video I want to show you guys of David Lynch speaking, and I also want to post it. TikTok is apparently getting banned, so there's that. Koto Mix, thank you for the prime. New game. Dude, I have not had time to think about game at all, except at the arcade. And then me and my brother played a bunch of VR games. Not a bunch. We played for a long time some VR game. It was fun. So let's start with the clip first. I read someone speculate that David Lynch's death was attributed by the bad air that the fires caused. I don't know if it's true, but that never entered my mind. Yeah, I saw a lot of that speculation as well. But why speculate? He's gone. Meaning, let his family release a statement if and when they're ever ready to release a statement. It just sucks he's gone. Because I know we had mentioned it on stream not even that long ago. It was like the summertime that he had emphysema and that he was on oxygen. But dude, I didn't think he was gonna die so soon. He was 78, but he was a young 78 to us. And I still thought he had a lot more ahead of him. And it's really freaking sad, especially after this week of actual catastrophe. I saw that picture, Tendo. I love it. I think the Bowie page posted it. So good. Why is it scrolling weird? You once tried to see him at a local hall. Tickets for his lecture were free. You had no luck to see him. The tickets were gone in 15 minutes. I believe it. I did. I got home last night, so yes, it was good to have my bed back, but I didn't sleep well, and then I had to do something this morning, so I had to wake up earlier than I would have liked to. So tonight, I'm sleeping. Did anybody watch any David Lynch movies last night? Bed Back and Beyond? I watched rewatched Eraserhead in honor of David Lynch. There are legitimate security threats uncovered. That aside, it doesn't hurt. People might spend a little more time doing something other than staring at a screen. I like the way you think. I like the way you think. It's very positive. However, I don't think that the US government is as altruistic as you are. And just because they're banning the platform doesn't mean that the same things are happening on our own soil by our own people. So something else will come of this. More power, fewer people. And whatever comes next is going to be just as addictive because they've already figured it out. Instagram will probably see some increase for a while. And Instagram now has the same format, and as does YouTube. Ban Twitter and Facebook if that's the case. Precisely. Like, yeah. I wish that was the case. Like, yeah, we're banning it because it's bad for our health. No, we're banning it because we want to have all the power. I remember going to see Lost Highway when it was released because I was a huge Nine Inch Nails fan. I'm leaving very confused, but that was super cool. Lynch in a nutshell. In the UK, Bitcoin assets have been seized for legal verification. You came across a video about the Massachusetts senator talking about introducing a bill to extend the deadline further. Of course, there's a chance it wouldn't happen. He's just bringing the matter up for the sake of popularity points. TikTok will say. Can't post news link because it's BBC News. No, you can't post because you're not a sub. Alright, let me find this clip for you guys. My mouse is acting wonky. Okay. So I already know this video. I rewatched it last night and I gotta figure out, like... Hold on. Ah! I gotta figure out how many minutes I can post. On Reels. Let's see. What's the... It's Night Mode Records. It's the copyright free stuff we're allowed to use for stream. That's a playlist. It's like track... If you want to know. It's track number... Oh, I don't know. Sorry. Doesn't tell me. Did you see the Lynch Memorial at Bob's Big Boy? No, I was actually gonna go eat there today, and I forgot I had to do this thing earlier, so I couldn't. I was a little bummed. Okay. I never post more than a minute on Reels, but I think you can post more now. Here, let me just fucking... How many minutes can a Reel be? 90 seconds. Arvelis, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Appreciate it. I have to clean my OBS. So this is a disaster. Okay. So, Oh, okay. I love this interview with David Lynch. I've seen it multiple times. It's on like some bonus of a bonus like behind the scenes stuff on a movie. I don't remember which one, but I feel like it's Eraserhead, but I don't remember. Anyways, this is one of my favorite things ever, and I laughed so hard. I probably won't be laughing as hard in the moment because while I'm watching it with you guys, I'm going to be focusing on which part I want to screen record because I can't post all 5 minutes.
You didn't have a good night. There needed to be, certain things discovered. And I love organic phenomenon. And that has led me to various things. And it led me to one day calling a veterinarian. And I asked him if he had...
I'm already laughing because it's just so good.
...had a dead cat. And he said, "No, sir, I don't." And I explained to him. He said, what do you want a dead cat for?" And I said, "I want to study this cat." And so something, he at first pegged me for a total nutcake. And
dude, nutcake.
And then something caught him, and he took my number. And lo and behold, 10 minutes later, this same guy, veterinarian, calls me and he says, "I have a cat." I can't believe it. I get off the phone. 2 minutes later, in it comes. Had to put it to sleep, and you can have this cat. And he asked me that it would never show up in a film. In the film. So, or be recognizable. So I had to set up in my basement there. And I drove down and got the cat in a cardboard box. And
press F for the cat.
Just before lunch, I put it into a jar filled with formaldehyde. And it went in like a slinky. It just laid down in the formaldehyde.
Like a slinky.
And then I went upstairs and had lunch and came back down.
Yes, chat, you heard that right. Maybe you didn't. Pause the other videos you have playing on your 90 tabs you have open. Yes, he put the cat in a jar of formaldehyde and it just went in like a slinky.
And I went to get the cat out of the jar, and it had gotten rigor mortis. And this had a narrow top. It was like trying to pull a steel cat out of a glass jar.
Look at his face.
And so I finally got this thing out of there. And I had a whole setup on the workbench. My idea of an operating theater. And I went to.
I'm sorry. What did I just do? He said an operating theater.
You didn't have a good night.
Oh, accidentally, my thumb slipped.
Board box, and just before lunch, I put it into a jar filled with formaldehyde.
Sorry.
And it had gotten rigor mortis. And so I finally got this thing out of there. And I had a whole setup on the workbench. My idea of an operating theater. And I went to.
But you know he's thinking like, this is theater also. Yes, an operating theater, but theater.
Work getting inside this cat. And when I opened up the inside, it was unbelievable. And it's, if you've seen Fellini's Roma, the organs inside the cat were brilliant colors. And as soon as the air got to the organs, the color just started draining out right before your eyes. Just draining away before your eyes. Just like when they'd open up these, things under the city, and these ancient things were perfect, and the air starts getting to them, and they start fading. So
crazy, right? But I love that he's comparing the organs of a dead cat to the same color palette of Fellini's Roma. Like, man, genius.
But studying this cat was kind of, important. And there were these tanks and oil wells. And you couldn't see them from the street because they had this donut of earth around in case the tanks blew out.
Donut.
So you'd climb up over these things and down into a brand new world. And that was one of the greatest finds. And right next to where this happened, there was a narrow tank coming up out of the ground. And it was surrounded by a donut of water.
Donut.
But just down at the bottom of the water, there was tar. Who knows how thick it was. And tar preserves things. And the cat has served many purposes. But I lowered this cat in there, and then about a year later came back and pulled the wire, and the cat came out, impregnated with tar. And I laid the cat down on the ground and came back another year later, and it was a perfect marriage of cat and earth. Tar impregnated cat in earth. And I have a photograph of that. But the cat did end up in a scene, but it was unrecognizable.
So good, dude. You
didn't have a good night.
What a loss.
Okay.
The concept of absurdity is something I'm attracted to. David Lynch 07, a real one. Meow meow meow.
Oh yeah, impending agony. Thank you for the 16 months. It's not disturbing. It's fascinating. My perspective as a fan is that he always maintained. There's like this super famous Picasso quote about remaining a child, and here, let me just look it up. So I don't butcher it. That we maintain the same curiosity we had as children. That's David Lynch. Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up. Okay. He didn't say the curiosity. I guess the curiosity has been my interpretation that over the years, David Lynch, in my perspective, maintained that curiosity that I think we all innately have as children. And he maintained that throughout life. And look at all he did. I love it. So there's that clip. There's also somebody, because I, of course, saw tons of posts. Dude, it was actually weird because yesterday, when I woke up yesterday morning, I had all these messages, and I was like, oh no, did something else pop off in LA? Thinking it, meaning in relation to the fires. I was like, what is happening? And it was just tons of messages from people I know about David Lynch. So somebody had mentioned this thing. Okay, I screen grabbed it. So in all these social media posts, somebody had mentioned this is a clip from an interview. You should watch the whole interview. And I was like, I know I'm never going to remember the name of it. So I screen grabbed the text from that person's post. That way I could go back on my phone later and like look it up. We could watch this together. I didn't watch this one. This cat one I just know of. I've known because I had the movie, so I like watched it on the bonus content and I've seen it. And I was like, man, I wonder if I can find that cat thing on YouTube. Found it. See if I can download it. Oh. No. Doesn't let me. But you're eating pan? Okay. Good for you. What can I put on for you guys real quick? I want to record part of this.
And he said, no, sir, I don't. A dead cat for a total nutcake. Took my number. And lo and behold, 10 minutes later, this same guy, veterinarian, calls me and he says, I have a...
It's just so good and you can't make this short.
He at first pegged me for a total nutcake. And so something, he at first pegged me for a total nutcake, and
just make us all accomplices. Where should I start it? Like
he at first pegged me for a total nutcake, and
a lot of pegging.
then something caught him, and he took my number, and lo and behold, 10 minutes later, this same guy, veterinarian, calls me and he says, I have a cat. I can't believe it. I get off the phone, 2 minutes later, in it comes. Had to put it to sleep, and you can have this cat. And he asked me that it would never show up in a film. In the film. So...
Okay, I'm recording it on my phone. He signed your license plate. That is cool. Random weather report from him was better than this. There's no better. There's no top. There's no bottom. There's just David Lynch, man. Also, this is cemented in my memory. Probably because I watched it on physical media and not social media. You know what I mean? El Web Bus Metal. Thank you for the gifted set. Appreciate it. When are you doing another Army Green Love shirt? We're going to be talking about that on stream today because I'm going to do a re-release and donate the money to some orgs here to help the people that have lost everything in the fires. Did you see the Switch 2 announcement? I did not, but I was driving yesterday. But I did hear about it. All right, let's see if I did that right.
And so something he
Yes.
something caught him.
No, I just have to trim it.
Me for a total nut.
Cancel. I hate editing on this thing.
And then something caught him, and he took my number, and lo and behold,
Oh, too much.
then something caught him.
No, dude, why? All the way back.
And so something he at first pegged me for a total nutcake.
Okay, let's see how long this is. See how much it lets me post. Next. Oh, I got a really weird error today on Twitter. I'm gonna have to redo this. Next.
And so
Yeah, it's only letting me do 90 seconds, so...
And so, something, he at first pegged me for a thing. He at first pegged
I gotta
me
see
for
where it
a
ends
total
it, though.
nutcake. And,
Preview?
He at first pegged me for a total nutcake. And, then something caught him. And it had gotten rigor mortis. And this had a narrow top thing.
It sucks because I have to get... You can't cut it short. You can't cut him off. You know what I mean? Usually just... Yeah, but I'm not going to speed up David Lynch talking. That would be a crime. 10 minutes and 2 years later. And then reel, you can't... It's not like story slides. Or what if I do... Save draft. What if I do not a reel post? How long does it not let me play this? It lets me post the whole 3 minutes on as a post, but not as a reel. How dumb is that? Okay, let's see where.
And then something caught him. And so
Okay.
something he at first pegged me for a total nutcake. And that was when he at first pegged me for a total nutcake. And
Rest in peace, David Lynch. I feel like I'm not going to be able to really write what I want to write because I'm streaming, so I'm too distracted. Lucow, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate it. Oh, I did start writing something yesterday. I didn't finish it though. Crow Sigrun, thank you for the raid. What's up, Raiders? We're just talking about David Lynch, who sadly passed away yesterday. I just showed chat a video that I love. But I hear the word nutcake in my sleep tonight. And I wanted to post this because I saw a lot of like people reposting like the same quote over and over, and I was like, man, I want to post that thing because it's just, as I mentioned earlier, it's cemented in my memory, and I really believe it's because I watched it on physical media. Let's go Christmas. Rest in peace. No, it's too scatterbrain. I don't want to write that on stream. Rest in peace, David Lynch.
Okay.
Forever one of my heroes. The timing. Malcry, I think he was 39 months. This is one of my favorite interviews of him. Yeah, I think it was from the Eraserhead DVD. How he always maintained a childlike curiosity that fueled his creativity. I laugh so much every time I see this. Why is the phone correcting every time? There's no J in every time. And I hope you will too. Haha. Well, yeah, we know it's always haha. Always. It's one of my favorite interviews of him, and just shows how he always maintained a childlike curiosity. I love so much, and I hope you will too. So sad. I really thought, man, I didn't. I knew he was sick, but I really thought there was so much. I didn't think he would pass this soon. See if I could get that clip of him smiling. Ah, it totally distorts it. That sucks. Total nutcake. There's also this video of him. I'm like, there. Let's see. There's also this video of him. What? Why did it crop it? That's weird. That is so weird. Man. Okay. Done. Okay. It does it here too. This is so strange. I'll just leave it like this. Done. There's this video starting. There's video of him talking about being rushed during a production. Okay. Speaking of sudden rush Sarge, they give her the 2 months. Malcry, thanks, give it the 39 months. He's talking about being pissed off at a production being rushed and only having 2 days in a place and how he'd like to stay there longer. And it really stifles the creativity. And it's so right. It's so true. And then it also made me think about, it just made me, even as I'm posting this video and he's smoking it, I'm thinking about how like the AI overlords can detect if there's a cigarette in an image or video and therefore block the reach and not let people, as many people see the video. Like just the amount of, and it's funny, but censorship, right? Censorship to please advertisers at the end of the day. Truly. But then what it does is it waters down individuality. If somebody wants to smoke, let them smoke. It's their choice. Anyways, and then it opens up that whole door. Of stifling creativity and how frustrating that is. Take these streams, for example. Absolutely waters down individuality and creative expression. That's why YouTube is turning into what network television was. And that's why everybody makes thumbnails that looks like they're targeting younger audiences, because they are. To appeal to younger audiences. More money. So it's funny that now we've gone full circle with just a new platform. Newer media, new platform, new way of sending and receiving information. Whereas YouTube was originally a free-for-all, and that's what allowed it to be so successful. It's crazy. YouTube is old by this point. It doesn't matter, though, because they're so powerful that it's not like there will be any competition. Not only competition, but anything. That's exactly the video I'm talking about, Teruso. That's the same exact one I'm talking about. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. I watched a bunch of like short clips. You see? Can't even remember which clip it was in that he was talking about this thing, because I watched them all on social media. This one cemented in my brain because I watched it on physical media. Ugh. Anyways. Where was I going? Got distracted. I got distracted. Oh, and then it got me thinking about, remember when Instagram was also newer and fun, and we posted stuff that we posted more like we do when we text people we know. Kind of, just, and I'll give you the example by what I mean. I've talked about David Lynch publicly forever, and my admiration of him forever. And I remembered this post, and I found it on Instagram that I posted July 2013. Instagram was in its infancy. And it's just a shot of the Roosevelt Hotel you know, at night. And it says, ellipses. And then I heard his voice. It was undeniably him. I look up and David Lynch is complimenting my car. Hashtag LA. Hashtag just another day. Hashtag jaw dropper. And remember when we would post? I mean, yeah, it was exciting for me to share that. But also, it's not like the picture was of him. It's not like the picture was necessarily powerful, but it was just about the moment. And I kind of miss that freer way of posting stuff, where not everything had to be perfect. And I feel like I would really like to try to tap into that. The internet is dead. Long live the internet. Watch Blue Velvet this weekend. What's stopping you from posting like that now? That's what I'm saying. I want to get back to that. You afraid the Instagram police are going to arrest you? That's my point. Is like, why? Because we all want something. We all want a potential opportunity. So if we post something that is not a close-up of our face or a video of us specifically, then we know the AI overlords are not going to distribute that photo to our followers because it does not contain us, because the AI overlord can detect what is in that photo and decide not to push it out. And that, my friends, stifles creativity. So that really happened to you? How very cool. To run into here is great, but then have to speak and compliment you. What a great memory. Yes, dude. I was sitting in the car with a few people in the Cadillac, and we're waiting for a friend to come out of the hotel. And my head is down. I was probably on my phone. Or talking to somebody in the back seat. And I just hear, I've told this story before. I just hear, is that a Cadillac? I moved in slow motion. Like, I knew, and it's exactly as I wrote it. As I wrote it when it happened. Like, I knew it was freaking David Lynch. You know what I mean? Because I know that voice. I know that freaking voice. It was just it was really the coolest encounter. The coolest encounter. And he was like, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. And he was just marveling. He had like a bottle of wine he was carrying, like unopened. Like it looked like he probably just came from an event or maybe a dinner or something where it was like a new bottle that hadn't been opened. He was kind of carrying it under his arm. Like this. He was with some woman. Oh man. The coolest. The freaking coolest. Or just snuck out with it. Yeah. I wonder if I can, that is so weird. It cropped it so weird.
He at first pegged me for it.
Remove, turn off, adjust preview. Yes, adjust preview. I think it's the format. Oh well, I'll leave it. I'm not gonna mess with that right now. You can do that later. Okay, that's done. We'll watch some more. I think this is nice. We could watch some more David Lynch clips. We could watch the one I told you guys I found somebody talking about last night. We could watch that together. This is weird. Huh. You don't have to make an I don't know if you have to make an account. I don't remember. But you have to make sure your Twitch is connected to your stream elements, so maybe in order to earn ore. Ore is the way. Save photo. Yes. I don't want to be a broccoli. What the heck? Save. Save. Okay, done. I had a reply to this thing. Oh my god.
R.I.P. David Lynch, and I'm glad you're back safely in LA.
Oh my goodness. Streaming now. Paste. Okay, done. All right, we did that. Oh, the video. Oh, David, thank you. Yes, David, thank you for the hundo. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. The ore store is something that I have to do on my end, which is why it's taking so long. And well, I got home and then I had to evacuate, so I've not remotely had a chance to do that. I have a bunch of postcards I need to add to the store though. Posted The video. Okay, the video I want to show you guys. It is called... Oh, and this was a comment. I posted this on my Instagram stories. This is a comment somebody left on another David Lynch video. They said, I love how in most interviews of David Lynch, there are questions totally unrelated to film making. Oh, whoops. I just, yes, talk about spaced out. There are questions totally unrelated to filmmaking, yet he answers it with the same passion. It's so true.
Okay.
Greetings from Canada.
Okay. This video is a snippet from one of the best David Lynch edits I've ever seen on YouTube by Cosmovoid. Let's check it out. So yeah, I screen grabbed this because I was like watching and liking posts about David Lynch yesterday, and this person wrote a freaking novel on their post. So I screen grabbed it so I could remember to go back later and look for the video itself. Meet Beaticus, so you're the 5 months. I did. I don't really remember what I said. I said, yeah, it is. But I was like, oh my God. I said it when he asked if it was a Cadillac. Like I said, it is. But I was just so, yeah, I was in shock. And I was like, I can't believe I didn't say anything. I can't believe I just met one of my heroes and I couldn't even speak. I was so upset at myself. I was so upset at myself. You have no idea. Cosma Void David Lynch. Here we go. Too stunned. Not prepared. I'd be like that with Big Daddy.
I want a pet monkey.
Okay. I'm excited for this one. Let's watch. These back to back are going to be very interesting. I don't know. We might do meditate. Let's do the meditation one first. Let's do the meditation one first because the next one is an edit. So I feel like it's going to be faster paced. So it'll be a better transition. Yes.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here in Boston, and thank you very much for coming here tonight.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I teach film. I make films. I would like to know, I'm not a meditator. What does meditation, can you say anything about how meditation might connects to your creative process or might help the creative process of my students or myself?
Yes, I can.
Will you?
Yes, I will. Tonight's talk is consciousness, creativity, and the brain. And if you have a golf ball-sized consciousness, when you read a book, you'll have a golf ball-sized understanding. When you look out, a golf ball-sized awareness. And when you wake up in the morning, a golf ball-sized wakefulness. But if you could expand that consciousness, then you read the book, more understanding. You look out, more awareness, and when you wake up, more wakefulness. It's consciousness. And there's an ocean of pure, vibrant consciousness inside each one of us. And it's right at the source and base of mind, right at the source of thought, and it's also at the source of all matter. And Maharishi Mahesh Yogi teaches a technique called transcendental meditation. It's a simple, easy, effortless technique, yet supremely profound, that allows any human being to dive within, experiencing subtler levels of mind and intellect, and transcend and experience this ocean of pure consciousness. This pure consciousness is called by modern physics the unified field. It's at the base of all mind and all matter. And they now say, modern science says, all of matter, everything that is a thing, emerges from this field. And this field has qualities like bliss, intelligence, creativity, universal love, energy, peace. And it's not the intellectual understanding of this field, but the experiencing of it that does everything. You dive within and transcending, experiencing this field of pure consciousness, and you enliven it, you unfold it, it grows. And the final outcome of this growth of consciousness is called enlightenment. And enlightenment is the full potential of all of us human beings. And a side effect of enlivening this consciousness is negativity starts to recede. When I started meditating, I was filled with anxieties, filled with fears, kind of a depression and anger. And I took this anger out on my first wife, and after 2 weeks of meditation, she comes to me and she says, "What's going on?" And I was quiet for a moment because it could have been any number of things she might have been referring to. But I finally said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "This anger, where did it go?" And I didn't even realize it had lifted. Now, these negative things like anger and depression and sorrow, they're beautiful things in a story, but they're like a poison to the filmmaker. They're a poison to the painter. They're a poison to creativity. They're like a vice grip. If you are super depressed, you can't hardly get out of bed, let alone think ideas, have that creativity flowing. So it's money in the bank to get that beautiful consciousness growing, which is flowing creativity, the ability to catch ideas at a deeper level. Intuition grows. This field is a field of pure knowingness. You dive in there, you sort of just know how to go. You know how to solve solutions. It's like an ocean of solutions. And you can just feel this thing growing. But the ultimate thing for me is the enjoyment of the doing, the enjoyment of life grows huge. I love making films now more than ever before. Ideas flow more. Everybody has more fun on the set. Creativity flows. People look like friends and not like enemies. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing, and it's us. In Vedic science, this field of pure consciousness is called Atma, the self of us all.
He said Veda science, except that auto capture is totally wrong. It said ass. Dolby, thank you for the 2 months.
At that level, as Dr. John Hagelin would tell you, at that level of life, we are all one. We're one. Diversity up here, unity down below. It's a great thing for the filmmaker.
Thank you.
Captain's doing his own creative work.
I would like to have a glass of water, if that's possible. Okay.
Hey, Jay, bless you, man.
This is Jay, my friend and assistant. It's really good. It's not quite as good as pure consciousness, but it's really good.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
Good.
Well, my name is Alex Harvey. I've been meditating for a while. I want to know if there was a moment where you realized the effect that pure consciousness had on your work.
Right from the very beginning. And like I said, I might have been, I think I had so many anxieties and fears, and I felt those lifting. And bliss is a thing in this field, the unified field. Bliss, they say, is the sweetest nectar of life. Bliss is physical, emotional, mental, spiritual happiness. And you can vibrate with this bliss. And it's this happiness from within. They have a saying, true happiness isn't out there, true happiness lies within. And I always wondered, where is this within? And they don't say where it is. And then they don't even say how to get to it. This is the beauty of this technique. There's lots of forms of meditation, but with transcendental meditation, to me, the key is the word transcend, to dive all the way in. It's a huge realm between the surface of life and this fundamental pure consciousness, but it's there. And when you're in it, you know you're in it. It's familiar, but it's you. And right away, a happiness, but it's not like a goofball happiness. It's a thick beauty. It's a thick beauty to appreciate life and living. And why suffer? Suffering starts to go. And people say, well, you got to have anger. You got to have an edge, to create. You got to know about anger. You got to have energy. You got to have clarity to create. You got to be able to catch ideas. You got to be able to be strong enough to fight unbelievable pressure and stress and the whole thing in this world. That will lift, because this whole thing is tied to world peace, but it's going to be a better world, but it's still a very tough world. And this just gives you...
That was exactly how I was looking when he spoke to me.
More and more and more ability to say, it just looks beautiful. It's way, 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 way better. And this happened right away.
Thank you.
You bet.
The best. Okay, this is David Lynch. David Lynch loves you. Say that 10 times fast. Tongue twister. I'm writing this one down. Tongue twister. David Lynch loves you. Future stream challenge for tongue twisters. All right, this is the one that I had seen mentioned in a comment. So I opened this up. I'm actually cold. I'm gonna get like a sweater or a blanket or something. I'll be right back. Buh. Buh. David, thank you for the 25 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Ugh. Yeah, I'm cold. I just turned my heater up a little bit and gotta grab the blanket. I'm cold.
I want a pet monkey. Wood is such a blessing for humanity.
What the f*** is David Lynch doing? He's just sitting on the corner of La Brea in Hollywood with a fucking cow.
I went out with a cow and a placard for Laura Dern. And it was, a necessity because I didn't have the money to buy ads in the trades. And it brought awareness. If you want to see the greatest performance of 2006, check out Laura Dern's performance in Inland Empire. Here in LA, beautiful blue skies. Here in LA, beautiful blue skies. Golden sunshine, muted sunshine. It's 65 degrees Fahrenheit, 54 degrees Fahrenheit, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing. Naomi came in and did not look exactly like the photograph that I had fallen in love with.
It was disappointing.
It was not disappointing.
A little bit.
It was devastating. here's the thing with that, champ. That's short for champion. Yes.
There seems to be a growing trend in Hollywood now where there's a lot of prominent product placement. How do you, as a filmmaker, feel about this growing trend?
Bullshit.
Bullshit. We're freezing our ass off up here. Who gives a fucking shit how long a scene is? What a heavy load Einstein must have had. Fucking morons everywhere. What's that?
This is the other thing. This is the other thing. I'm so sick of hearing people on social media like, oh, I did this thing and this person was like this and they were, oh my God, this was so offensive, with things that are really not offensive. They're things that are truly not offensive. They're not traumatizing. And man, sometimes, you know what? People have, weird shit happens when you're in the thick of it, right? Let the process just happen. And then afterwards, when it's done, it's like, okay, it's over. No hard feelings. Let's move on. Heckin' random. Thank you for the gifted sub to Pet Monkey. Like, you want everybody to hold your hand, drop you off at school, walk you to the door for every single step of your life. Stifles creativity, man. Stifles creativity. Not everybody needs to be your best friend.
Buzzing.
It's the lights.
Fuck. Drive me nuts. Fucking A, man. It drives me nuts. I love to eat cheese. We're cooking quinoa. Moths were flipping and flying and like frogs. Frog moths were pulling themselves out of the earth and flying up in front of the stand. Dust was blowing. It was like a and there you have
frog moths. Frog moths. A lot of people collapse at the smallest adversity, but they also criticize and judge the process of other people if they just witness something being done in maybe a slightly unorthodox way, and in doing something that doesn't even affect their well-being, their livelihood, and they act like it does. And that is what's so frustrating. Like, I remember recently seeing something, and this is totally different. A totally different kind of person. A totally different performer and entertainer. But I remember somebody complaining about The Rock because he had pee bottles on a set. So fucking what, dude? How do you think dude gets yoked? How do you think he gets cut? He's the fucking Rock, dude! How else is he gonna do that? Don't we all have pee bottles? Wait. No, okay. Because he exercises so much, he has to drink a lot of water and therefore pees a lot. And so he'll pee in bottles on sets. This is like, it's a whole fake drama that people were trying to invent to get something out of it and benefit themselves probably. But like, they were mad because he had peed in bottles. Like, is he throwing them at you? No. Then shut the fuck up. Sorry. Annoyed. Like Bobby Lee. I didn't know about that. Or forgot. Or it's like, there's so many examples. I could keep ranting about this. Let's enjoy this video. I would request diaper.
have it. A fantastic bowl of quinoa.
Would you like some pie?
Massive quantities and a glass of water, sweetheart. My socks are on fire. She's my mother's sister's girl. I had another Monica Bellucci dream. You remind me today of a small Mexican chihuahua. Action, Kale.
Kale. And he calls me Kale. That's another story.
Okay.
Because during Dune, Dino De Laurentiis, who produced that, couldn't say Kyle, and he called it Gale. Hey, Gale. And he spoke like that.
Sure.
David picked that up. He becomes fond of it, so now he calls me Kale. He says, Kale.
Kale, you come to right about here. And you come in, Tidbit.
My nickname is Tidbit since I was 16.
Okay, love you, Tidbit. I love you, sweetie. I love you.
I just remember he said, "Cut, Tidbit. You'll have them bolting for the fire exits." I was like, oh my God. Seemingly crushed, but he was so happy. I guess I did it the way he wanted me to.
I'd spent 10 years of auditioning in Los Angeles where lucky if you get to meet the director, you might not get a bit of eye contact or a handshake or anything. Nonetheless, David looked at me and he actually asked me questions. So there was a conversation. He sat me still and said, "I'm interested in you." And therefore I was able to
I sure love you. I sure love you, Naomi. Naomi knocked this thing out of the park. She is such a fantastic actress. Laura Dern is one of the all-time great actresses. She could play anything.
I got a call that he wanted to meet me at Bob's Big Boy to see if Kyle MacLachlan and I could get along or something.
I used to go to Bob's Big Boy restaurant, and I went there for 7 years, every day at 2:30. Not Chinese dentist time. It was a Chinese dentist time, but I went there because I like to have a chocolate milkshake.
We ordered malts and French fries.
And there was a silver goblet shake. It wasn't really ice cream. It was a thing they put in a thing called a Taylor machine, and it would get cold, and they'd pull the lever, and it would come out in kind of a tube of ice cream and fill this goblet. And I liked this chocolate milkshake. I had these things for 7 years with a cup of coffee, and I would write on the napkins.
David was doodling on napkins while Kyle was doodling with a knife into his ketchup. And I mean, a girl either goes, these are really bizarre men and they're twin souls, or I'm in love with both these people and want to spend the rest of my lives with them, which is how I responded.
And I would write on the napkins. It was like having a desk, and you need paper. There's a piece of paper, and you write on it when you get ideas.
Ideas are so beautiful, and they're so abstract, and they do exist someplace. I don't know if there's a name for it, and I think they exist like fish, and I believe that if you sit quietly like you're fishing, you will catch ideas. The real, beautiful big ones swim kind of deep down there, so you have to be very quiet and, wait for them to come along.
If you catch an idea, any idea, it wasn't there, and then it's there. It might just be a small fragment of, like I say, a feature film or a song or a lyric or whatever, but you got to write that idea down right away. And as you're writing, sometimes it's amazing how much comes out, from that one flash. So you get an idea, and it is like a seed. And in your mind, the idea is seen and felt.
Sissy
and it
said,
explodes
Sissy's
like it's got electricity and light connected to it, and it has all the images and the feeling, and it's like in an instant you know the idea. In an instant. Then the thing is translating that to some medium. It could be a film idea or a painting idea or a furniture idea. It doesn't matter. It wants to be something. It's a seed for something. So the whole thing is translating that idea to a medium.
You see, look,
and
like had he
In the
not
thing,
done the
it
cat
wants
thing with the cat,
it could be a
would
film
that have
idea or a
ever
painting idea
existed
or
in
a
this
furniture
shot?
idea. It doesn't
I don't know. Maybe not.
matter. It wants to be something. It's a seed for something. So the whole thing is translating that idea to a medium. And in the case of film, it takes a long time, and you always need to go back and stay true to that idea.
The film is the thing. You work so hard, you know, after the ideas come to get this thing built, all the elements to feel correct, the whole to feel correct, in this beautiful language called cinema.
It's been an emotional fucking week. I'm not crying, you're crying, chat.
Have a great day, everyone.
Oh, there's a part 2 now. Oh, but this is somebody else. That's not the same. Cause this.
I want a pet
Oh,
monkey.
if you guys want to see, if somebody asks what this is, it's called David Lynch Being a Madman for a Relentless 8 Minutes and 30 Seconds by Cosmovoid on YouTube. Oh, I'm logged out of everything. I've been off of the computer off this PC for so long. Where's the I love you? No, that's the first one. Where's the one that said oh, here. David Lynch.
You have a very good heart, and you have a very good heart, and you are interested in other human beings. You make people feel at ease, and you're very intelligent, and you have a very good heart. You have a very good heart, and you are interested in other human beings. You make people feel at ease, and you're very intelligent, and you have a very good heart. You have a very good heart, and you are interested in.
I could like watch that on a loop over and over. Hypnotized. David talking to the mirror be like Stop the loop. Never. So this is a different one by a different person. We could watch this one. I bet you that one though is going to be the best.
Good morning. I spit up.
Hello, David.
Hi, Marianne.
Just a very, very simple question tonight. Are you happy?
Marianne, fortunately, I can say most of the time I am very happy.
That's wonderful.
This is a donut. Greg?
Greg?
And you just hold it like this.
Okay.
And you guys just get up and you stand right next to her. It's like this. And I got it.
I got it.
Yeah, and then start bouncing up and down. Yeah, okay. Pals around you.
Excited he is.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It is very sweet and very good. But if you've never tasted a donut, you wouldn't really know how sweet and how good a donut is. If you've never had that experience.
How does he make this funny?
Transcendental meditation is like that. How many minutes will be Justin and Laura ready? On the set, in the fucking bed. Swirl the numbers.
Pick a number.
Got 30 seconds. This is absolutely unforgivable. I don't care. Unforgivable. We could have shot this scene 3 times.
Today's picking. Oh, shit. I have to go through with it. From the shop, excuse my French, today's number is 8.
Look at the donut rather than the hole. That's right. Keep your eye on the donut, not the hole. That's right, Chad.
Yes! Come in! And I love factories. And I love nude women.
Me too. Both of those things.
Dream. And I'm in the desert. And the desert is completely empty and flat. And way in the distance, I see my father start walking toward me. And there's the heat waves. And I know that I have a good father and a bad father. And I don't know which one this is. And he's walking closer and closer and closer. And all of a sudden, whoa! Feel that pain there, you know, when he's holding you right here, as soon as he touches your head. And you got to be more vocal and more crazed, and you got to be more mesmerized, and be drawn over there, make a big deal of it. As soon as he touches your head, you feel his pain, and he'll reach out, and he'll take you like this, and he'll push you down, and he'll push you down right there, and he'll pop your head right like that.
Sound effects.
I get a coffee.
Yeah, the other video is much better. This is still good though, because it's still David Lynch content, but the other one was.
This is so good. This is a French cappuccino. Cinema is such.
I love you and do this shit on purpose, man. I like the chihuahua.
A beautiful language, and cappuccino. Cinema is such a beautiful language, and all of you want to go back into, you have the gift of words, but
the quiet moments are beautiful
is a
too,
thing
aren't they?
that deals with things beyond words, and it's so beautiful, and so to go with cinema is to go like the same kind of thing you go with music. But the intellect travels along with it. It's so fantastic. It talks to you, but not with words alone. So just go in open and just go in and have an experience in a different world.
Cage and his Elvis kick. Come on. Come on. I love that the first video spawned all these other videos. This is a third person. Disclaimer, despite the other two videos, David Lynch being a man, the third video is not funny. It just shows what a great man David Lynch is.
Okay, let me rehearse the tale from Łódź, Poland, and I'm going to fill it with some red wine now, because this is what you do when you're making quinoa. To buy some time, you have some wine.
I don't mind
Cheers.
seeing it either.
You used to wear 3 ties.
And that's a sign of a person who's very insecure and needs protection. I would have worn several coats if I, it wasn't so warm where I was. I felt vulnerable.
Could I point out that ties aren't the best form of protection?
Well, they feel good.
If you want to cut the time down.
So cute.
What is this with everybody?
No.
What is it? Really?
Only me. It's
Why?
my fault.
I'm serious. Fucking A, man. But you'll be cheated. Hello. I got you a present. Now, did you leave a plate of black coffee out for me?
No.
In the future, please leave a plate of black coffee out for me. Also in the past. You have a very interesting face.
Oh my God.
Fuck.
Do not mention that name along in the... No, please. Come on. Let's, no. No. Oh, God.
Telephone. Get real. 8,000 fucking miles. Undress her at the door. We don't see that door. Okay. And then she'll be right back down in a few minutes to get dressed again. Same fucking thing as last time. And you sort of look at each other. Yeah, like that. And then you look up, you sort of feel it's like around, and then you feel her up there, and then the light will kind of go away, and you go. And then as soon as we finish this one, I'm going to jump in with the pogo stick and get a close-up of this. And turn around. Yeah. Then you see Justin getting closer. And everything starts scaring the shit out of you. So you run in that fucking front door. No, Helena, you can't mess up. You're going to be so fantastic. And you're very polite and you know, just enjoy talking to people. You know, it doesn't matter.
Dave, can I take that mop from you?
No. I'm cleaning Joan Blondell now. Like this, and this is where you're going to go. Right here. Then we got this close-up of this blood here. And Terry's here. You get ready to throw up. You could come right in here.
I love how he's I just love the passion, man. I just love the passion. It's a beautiful thing.
We weren't thinking about an audience. I wasn't really thinking about what it would do. We would sometimes fantasize, you know, and think, you know, but we never really thought that we'd even get it distributed. You put your hand on your waist. And then you...
No. What's the eye of the duck scene in Elephant Man?
I used to know.
Do you feel much in common with other American filmmakers roughly your same age or anything like that? Do you feel part of a generation of painters or artists who come from an art school background like you?
No. You fuckhead. That is the stupidest thing you interpreted there. Good morning. Go for a shot.
I'm so depressed I don't know what I'm doing. I have not got a clue.
Give me the
Give me that.
Stanley Kubrick.
There's no paper. On the toilet. There's no paper.
Okay. I like to get dirty. I like fire and smoke. This small sculpture,
Ironic.
it's metal
Not ironic.
and
It's
old.
not ironic. It's just I am hearing that and relating it to all of the catastrophe that has happened in this past week. It's not ironic.
Plywood, a small bulb fixture, and wired up for electricity.
I'll be American next year when Trump takes the Panama Canal. I needed that laugh. I needed that. That was pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a good one.
I love Fellini. No. The old way is giving way to a new way. No, the clues are there, and I like, I love mysteries like a book, but I don't like it when it ends and everything is sewn up 100%.
But it must have been a surprise to people that it would play with what are considered to be inner city audiences.
Not really. That struck a chord. It's a human being, and it struck a chord with people, fortunately everywhere. I had a reason, for going. Sure. Yeah. And then I asked him straight out, right up front, could this process that we're going to go through affect creativity? And he said, David, I have to be honest with you.
David Lynch funniest moments. Let's see if there's new ones here.
I'm so depressed, I don't know what I'm doing. I have not got a clue.
One of the recurrent images in your films is of electricity arcing, is of light bulbs crackling on, and you have a recurrent motif of like 2 points and something arcing between them. And it seems to me that this somehow relates to what you think about the synaptic arcs in our brain. When you talk about TM, when you talk about these things, you talk about making connections. It seems to me that that's what that recurrent visual motif is about. And I know you hate saying what things mean in your films, but am I right in thinking that that's at least in the right area?
No.
No.
Would you like some pie?
Massive, massive quantities and a glass of water, sweetheart. My socks are on fire.
I sat down and was like, hi, and he said, nice to meet you, Naomi. He's got that intense ear-to-ear grin and, smoking up a storm. So how's your day? Tell me everything. I'm like, well, what? Like, I got on the plane and I'm in New York. I had theater tickets and they told me to come here. So I came here and, wait, are you really interested in this? And he was like, yeah, tell me everything. You got to remember, I was at a point where I'd been auditioning for 10 years and people could barely give you eye contact. But with David, he was just genuinely interested.
A one-legged 16-year-old girl. I want a Japanese girl who's Eurasian. I want a Eurasian. Like 23. This beautiful. But we'll knock her down a little bit. I want a pet monkey.
True love's flame burns so bright.
Go ahead. Is there a segue from spaghetti to tuna fish? Is there a time that you start yearning for tuna? And
no, it just happens.
Like the first three letters of the alphabet are A, B, C. That's the network it's on.
Right.
I was asked by George about directing, which would be the third Star Wars. And I had next door to zero interest. So he took...
Next door to zero interest. It's like not quite zero, but next door to zero.
Me upstairs, and he showed me these things called Wookiees. And now this headache is getting stronger. And he showed me many animals and different things. Then he took me for a ride in his Ferrari for a lunch. And George is kind of short, so his seat was way back, and he was almost laying down in the car. We were flying through this little town up in Northern California. We went to a restaurant. Not that I don't like salad, but that's all they had was salad. Then I got a really almost like a migraine headache, and I could hardly wait to get to home.
Once upon a time we danced. Once upon a time we took a chance and fell in love.
So they got this.
Is that the same? Fuck! Is that the same?
Plaster of Paris.
Plaster of Paris bullshit.
I got a call that he wanted to meet me at Bob's Big Boy to see if Kyle MacLachlan and I could get along or something. It was like a chemistry lunch. We ordered malts and French fries, and David was doodling on napkins while Kyle was doodling with a knife into his ketchup. My nickname is Tidbit. Tidbit, you'll have them bolting for the fire exits.
I love to eat cheese.
Dude, they're all
And I
stealing
continue to eat cheese.
They steal each other's videos. This one is 12 years old. So it says on Twitter partying, David Lynch on Twitter partying and being free.
How you doing?
Doing good, Eddie.
Good to see you again.
Great to see you, Eddie.
I'm going to ask you a couple of things just so we can get into it. And I'm going to start with the most important question of all, of course. What do you think of Vice? And I brought you the new issue.
That's just like, Vice is modern.
What do you mean modern?
Well, look at this cover.
Do you ever just get a huge block of cheese and eat it? Like a chunk, like that? No, but just like eat a lot of a block of cheese? Yes.
It's a modern cover. It sends out a certain kind of message that it's hip and modern, and you're going to find out stuff, you know, when you read this.
That is a sticker, and if you want it, it peels off.
Oh, I see. So you see, it's like PG-13.
It's PG-13.
And then it goes to X.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all there for you to see.
Well, I'm surprised they just put a little one on there.
Yeah. Do you use Facebook a lot? Or you have
No,
Facebook?
I don't do that.
No Facebook, no Twitter?
Twitter I do.
Twitter you do?
Yeah, I love Twitter.
What's the difference between Twitter and Facebook?
I don't know. I don't know Facebook. And Twitter, you just have Twitter friends, and you talk from time to time. I don't Twitter enough, probably, but I tell them what I'm doing and ask them what they're doing. It's a feeling that there's many together.
And you like group communion?
I do, in a way, because I think, you know, they say there's a collective consciousness, and every single thing that people think and feel and do feeds into this collective consciousness.
I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions on the songs and, you know, some of the lyrics and some of the sounds, but I'm not looking for the meaning of these things.
Sure.
I know you've said about the record that it came out of the joy of creation and that you're not necessarily sure what some of these things mean.
Well, in a way, I know what they mean. It's the same as cinema. You have to know some amount of what it means. But the thing about music is very abstract, and so because it's abstract, the meaning is different for different people, and it doesn't help to say what it is for you. It's up for everybody to, you know, to figure a thing.
So I figured a couple things, and maybe you can tell me, like, if it's interesting and not.
Sure.
It's not about true or false.
Sure.
So the first thing I wanted to ask is the clown of Crazy Clown Time related to the rubber-suited clown of fear and anxiety?
The suffocating rubber clown suit of negativity.
Of negativity.
Yeah. It's strange because clowns were meant to really make kids happy. And there's, you know, a feeling to a lot of clowns, circus clowns, that it actually produces fear in the kids, or some kind of anxiety.
It's crazy clown time!
I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna let this explain to you guys.
Crazy
clown suit of negativity. This is the stress, anxieties and worries, depression, fear, hate, this kind of stuff. And this is a heavy, heavy, thing. It's like being in a suffocating rubber clown suit. You can see how, in a way, partying has some little thing to do with release of stress.
A lot of times parties in your world tend to go overboard. There's a point where maybe they're about relieving stress, but then they can become really destructive.
They're not about relieving stress. Nobody says, let's have a party so we can relieve some stress. Let's have a party so we can have some fun.
Right.
And fun is, like everything, a relative thing. What's fun for one may not be fun for another.
Right.
But in the Crazy Clown Time, for this bunch, is what they call fun.
The video depicts that fun like a little obsessive, because everyone is doing their one thing.
Yes, it's activity, intense activity, driven by the music and driven by the beer.
Yeah. Do you ever stand back and look at humans as kind of silly for inventing these little activities to entertain themselves, or is it cool and is it part of...
Everything's okay, Eddie. If you think of a human being, people say, how come I'm here? You know what I mean?
Right.
Some people think that, ask that question.
I do every day.
Yeah, how come? How come I'm in the 5th grade, is a kind of another question. So that you can one day graduate and get out of school. And another word for graduating is gain enlightenment.
Right.
Then you got it made.
And the characters in the song and in the video, where are they in that graduate, in that?
If you take a ladder, for instance, as something to think about, a ladder that sort of represents stages of consciousness.
Right.
And this ladder would be very, very tall with many, many, many rungs. Now, maybe the way that party is, you wouldn't say that they're on a real high rung.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would agree. How important is music to your art life?
All the different outlets are important to me, all the different art forms. But music is really thrilling in a lot of ways because it involves more than one person. It's a group effort, and in this case, it's me and Dean. But I couldn't make this music on my own. Dean probably wouldn't make this music on his own. But when you put a combo together, out this comes. Like if I work with Angelo Badalamenti.
Right.
Angelo and I are another combo. And when we work together, a certain thing comes out.
Right.
I work with somebody else, a certain thing, comes out of that particular combo. And it's a magical thing, these combos.
And what was it like, for instance, to put Karen O in the middle of your combo for
Well,
Pinky's
then you get
Dream?
Pinky's Dream. That's what it was like.
Pinky's Dodge, going fast away.
She came in totally just off the street. I hand her these lyrics. We play the track for her a bunch of times. And she caught the essence of Pinky. When she says the word Pinky, it's so beautiful.
I'm gonna
the
have
way
to
she says his name.
I have to say, there's been no confirmation that he died due to the fires. That is just a rumor that is circulating because, yes, he was housebound because of his emphysema, but man, we got to be careful with mixing rumors with fact. And his family has not made any official statement confirming that. So was it probably terrifying and difficult as it was for everybody, but even more so because he'd already been in isolation and that he was highly and was sensitive because of the emphysema? Yes, obviously, but stop with the rumors, please. Thank you.
Name. Pinky comes to life.
She wants him to watch the road.
Yeah, he's not paying attention, really. They could have a bad accident.
But roads are really important to your work. Even in this record, there are a lot of roads and highways.
Well, you know, you've heard the expression driving music.
Yes.
And so there's certain songs that are so great to drive with. There's something about traveling to different places, even just mentally or musically, that's real special. And this whole thing of highways, people have been writing about it and, you know, dreaming about it. There's Route 66. Where does it take you? A new life, you know, dreams. The feeling of being free is something human beings yearn for. And that is what's going to drive people to, you know, unfolding their, getting hip to the scene and unfold their full potential. That yearning.
The record has a lot of atmosphere, but a lot of that.
Well, this is weird. My drive is not being recognized. Oh, it's the port. It's the port. Because it's not recognizing my cable, which was recognized a second ago.
That atmosphere is a little dark, but there's one song that is really uplifting, you know, good day today, and the lyric is, I want to have a good day today. Is that something you say to yourself on a daily basis?
I pictured it's something that everybody says to themselves. And that's part of the yearning.
Send me an angel, save me.
That song is more of a dance song, and that came about because my music agent wanted me to do some work with some girl who was into dance music, and I started thinking about dance music. So it's a little different than what Dean and I, you know, normally would do. There again, there's an expression. Where the attention is, that becomes lively. And that was a good example of that.
In this cycle of songs, is there the kernel of some new big project that you want to do?
No. There's not. There could be
This is weird now.
a film someday that one of these songs would, you know, live in.
Right.
But I don't know that right now. Like I say, you know, on Bobby Vinton's Blue Velvet, I heard it a bunch of times. I didn't like this song.
Right.
And then I heard it one day, and out came the starting ideas for Blue Velvet. So you never know what will happen, what will trigger the ideas. If you catch an idea, you know, any idea, it wasn't there, and then it's there. It might just be a small fragment of, like I say, a feature film or a song or a lyric or whatever, but it's all there. You'll say, I'll never forget this idea, ever. This is so thrilling.
Right.
If you don't write it down, it could happen that the next day, then you want to blow your brains out.
Oh, it's that bad.
If you lose a great one,
it hurts you
I
that
hate
much.
that
it
feeling.
hurts so bad.
It does hurt so bad.
Money in the bank, safety to write it down.
Right. Do you ever think you'll perform any music live?
Probably not. It just brought out tremendous fear. And
The idea of performing?
Yeah. There are great,
You must feel it
great musicians
24/7.
out on the road performing, and I'm not one of them.
I think I have just like one other fun question. Do you have any message to your fans in terms of this video and this song?
No, I think people will understand this video and get into that world and appreciate that world. It's a familiar world.
It feels like an American backyard party.
Yes.
But a little darker, maybe.
Well, you know, it's an American story.
Well said.
Good deal, Eddie.
Thanks, brother.
Good deal. Thank you, brother.
Look at him, just look straight at the camera too, right there. Then so good. Here, this is a good one. This would be bittersweet.
To take a lot of heat for this film. Do you know you guys are going to take some real interesting interview questions
We
on this?
live in an oven.
Yeah.
That's how much heat we're going to take.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's always the way it is.
And she said, David Lynch, he's such a strange bird. I've heard that he doesn't have a refrigerator in his house. In fact, I don't even think he has a kitchen. Now, that's odd, if it's true, is it?
I have a refrigerator.
Okay, I want to be sure of it.
I've seen it. I can vouch for that.
And you have food in your house and you have a kitchen?
I have, yes, I do. I don't cook in the house. And that's because of the odor. And a film develops on the walls.
Should I pursue this, Kyle? I don't know, Kyle. There's something that
Makes
should... I
complete
feel like
sense to me. Absolutely.
the relationship that you two seem to have is so terrific. You know those kind of relationships where you don't have to finish sentences?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
And they get it? Do you now have...
I am good friends with someone he knew for most of his life. One of his last messages was that if anyone can stop themselves, never smoke. That was his only regret.
And you've worked with
Glad you're back home.
David Lynch a lot, haven't you?
Right, yeah, we did Dune together. That was the first thing. And Blue Velvet and now Twin Peaks.
Yeah. Of the 3 projects that...
Mel, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. I mean, but he can, you know, he couldn't have, he's from, you know, he's from a totally different generation, first of all, so there's a certain point where people were telling people smoking was good for them, so. For best, hold on. Best essay analysis of Lynch is from David Foster Wallace. Look up David Lynch keeps his head about Wallace's visit to the set of Lost Highway. Ooh. For old time's sake, shows Roger Ebert going off on Blue Velvet and hating how much he feels being played. Hold on.
You've worked...
You guys, I'm on this, is it all audio though? This isn't good for stream, but
David Lynch remained remarkable. Cue Tarantino. You could tell we're making...
nah, that's boring for stream. Visually, it's boring for stream. Here, but I found a short clip we could watch though. And Roger Ebert, Blue Velvet. I don't want to promote the hate though, so I think it's better David Lynch talks with Roger Ebert on the red carpet. I think that's better. Watching 9 Inches of Forehead is not visually boring. Thank you. Thank you, Quad. Appreciate it. All right, on this, I'm pulling up these files, chat, on the side so we can get this t-shirt up and running in the shop, so we can support people that have lost everything in these fires. So I'm having to like go through a drive and find all this old stuff.
Together on which do you feel the best about, as far as your work in it goes?
Twin Peaks.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I'm most comfortable.
Yeah. What kind of guy is he?
Dale Cooper?
No, David Lynch.
David Lynch.
Yeah.
I said it. Well, it's hard. He's kind of hard to put to tell us. I'll tell you a story about him. Okay. He came to my house one day to shoot a picture of my steps, but he wasn't just going to shoot a picture of the steps. He set up 2 little girders, a piece of wire, a little plastic baby, 2 men with chewing gum on their head. Took a camera back here and took a snapshot of it.
Wow.
That's about the best way I can describe David Lynch.
And when you asked him what he was doing, what did he say? You know.
Well, he said he was setting up a still life, and you know, with my steps, he just liked the way the steps looked with this.
And that was it. That was the
Setting
sole
up a
purpose.
still
He was
life.
coming
That
out.
was it. Yeah. He came over to do that.
Are you friendly with the man?
Yeah. We go to dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what was Dune? Dune was not a big success, was it? Of the films that he has done, it was probably the least successful.
Yeah, I think so.
Does that trouble you that it wasn't that big a deal?
No, not really. I think he redeemed himself, and I think I did too with Blue Velvet.
Right.
And so, feel pretty good about that.
Good work.
And from the crew as well.
Got it. Yeah. I'll tell you what you're going to see. I'm pointing to one, and then you're looking at me like, is that it? And then I'm going to go, and you're going to see me lean.
That's great. That's great.
That's David's idea.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
That's why it's a great idea. My idea is, David's idea is great.
His ideas are great. Turn around. Oh. Walking on the wild side or whatever. You're gonna put your monitor in here? Oh, where's Kale? I thought he was in there.
Where did he go? Wait.
There he is. Oh, you're a funny one. Okay. You can slap me.
No.
Yeah, you can. No, come on.
I'm not.
Slap me. You're pissed off. Slap me.
I don't want to.
Oh, sweetheart.
Here, let me do it.
Okay.
Volunteers, line up.
Go ahead.
Wait, no, okay.
I've been
But
hit
like
before.
How? Okay,
Huh?
like this.
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah.
Like that hard.
Yeah, but quick.
But
you know.
that-
But I'll go with it.
Yeah, okay.
So when
Let's
you
try
make,
it on you. I
so
don't
yeah,
want-
so
Oh,
so I'll
does
go
that
with it.
hurt?
No,
That
that's
was,
perfect.
You didn't go enough.
I went a little bit.
But there was I felt like I really contacted you.
But it
Should we
was
try it
good.
again?
Yeah.
I don't want to.
You don't want to bruise them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's like if you follow through, you know.
Oh yeah, like. But then you've got to shoot it from. Isn't there?
We're going to be in closer.
Yeah.
Anyway, so.
Naomi, it's a good
I'm
idea.
bad at this stuff. I wasn't.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
follow through. Like
Yeah.
that. Okay. Just dust them. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, that
That's pretty
works.
good. If we put a sound to that, it might work. Okay. Okay. If he does hit you, and you get a big bruise.
Just too bad.
I've got a few days off. That's nice.
Then there's no sleep at all for doing Naomi. We just keep her up 24/7.
24/7. Keep shooting.
Okay, let's shoot this puppy.
Ready for rehearsal?
Kale.
Kale.
Your full name is Kyle McLaughlin, but I call you Kale. And I remember why I call you Kale. Dino De Laurentiis could never pronounce Kyle's name. He called him Kale.
Yep.
And so I started calling him Kyle Kale, and that's the way it's been for years and years and years.
True.
Kale, don't talk so much during the scene.
It's going to be very hard.
Okay, yeah, you gotta just stick to the script. Don't add lib like that.
I wasn't trained that way as an actor. David pretty much trained me as an actor.
Dougie!
Hi! Hi!
Cut it. Beautiful, Kale. Beautiful. Good deal, you guys. And ideas started coming. And we would write at Mark's house. And he had a chair that reminded me of a kind of a chair the psychiatrist would put a patient in. A kind of a chaise lounge.
Right.
Black leather. And it was a little slippery. And that's where I would lay down in there. And
stare at the ceiling and,
and then we were writing, and we wrote like that. And he drank soy milk. And I think he got me whole milk for coffees.
Right.
And that was really nice.
Whole milk is sort of key.
Yeah. And but he had a lot of.
Is better.
You like soy? Well.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
we can differ
that's
on
what
that.
makes the world go round.
Exactly.
Matchkin likes soy milk.
Yes.
So if she visited Mark,
I would be set.
You'd be set, yeah. Me, I like whole milk, and when I visited Mark, I was fresh out of luck. Clear the floor and make way for this one here. Ladies and gentlemen, it was bound to happen. Our dear black-suited Dougie is a wrap.
It was bound to happen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Special Agent Dale Cooper.
I remember thinking, I thought, I seem a little young for the character, I thought. But then I thought, well, that doesn't really matter, really. He can be any age, you know. But in my head, I sort of was thinking, oh, maybe he should be older.
No, but Cooper has you know, such high intelligence and intuition.
Right.
It doesn't matter how old you are.
Right.
You know, it doesn't matter one little bit.
Right. It took me
You're the guy.
It took me a long time to figure that out, but. All right, I'm gonna get a coffee. I'm gonna get a coffee and a.
Get that, Gil, and enjoy every bit of it.
All right, thanks, David.
No, you got to put 502. Now, the position for the thumbs up is kind of critical. That's against your white shirt. That's better. To the right there.
The same angle towards him, just bring it in like that.
Okay. Like that? Was Boise? Born in Boise or were
No, I was born in Missoula, Montana.
Missoula. I get that.
I lived in Boise,
That's
and I love Boise, Idaho.
Yeah.
I lived in Spokane, and I lived in Sandpoint, Idaho, and I was born in Missoula.
Yeah, that's right. Montana.
My dad died in Missoula.
Your dad died in Missoula?
He lived in Missoula and died there.
Wow.
This is crazy.
Incredible, Matchkin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
What sign of the zodiac are you?
Aries.
You're an Aries.
I have the same birthday as your daughter, Jennifer. We were born on the same day.
And Francis Ford Coppola.
And Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah, so happy birthday to you all.
What's your sign, Hale?
Me? Oh, Pisces.
Pisces.
Yeah.
Hale's a drinker and a dreamer.
You got that right. You got that right.
And what are you?
I'm a Capricornius. I'm on the border.
On the border. Nice.
Go? No, the other way. Turn. So lower that down a little bit. So when we move in on you, you're finding them in the woods, and we'll leave enough room for it to dissolve, and then I'll say drop out, and you'll do one of your famous drops. There's a scene early on where you're talking to your supervisor, Gordon Cole.
Gordon Cole, yeah.
From the Truman's, I think it's in the conference room. I can't remember exactly. And I think I just did the voice, you know, to be on the other side of it.
Right.
And I found myself talking, you know, loud through there for some reason.
Right.
And so the thing got born.
That's funny. Well, I remember you would. This was either before monitors or you just never used it. You were always right next to the camera or right below the camera, watching the scene, so that you were as close as you could be to getting what the
That's
camera
where I
was.
figure you're supposed to be, you know what I mean? To see the scene.
See the scene. It's not so common.
You know, that's...
And you used to sort of talk, and we would basically try to crack each other up. I remember you were trying to always make me laugh. Or there's a couple of times that we got into trouble. It was a lot of fun.
So much fun.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Move in on Keel.
Okay. Good morning from the Netherlands.
Step Wild, thank you for the 3 months.
I can do it. I don't need to. We don't need the green screen or FX. That's good.
Now, make your whole front of your face a foot longer. Go out toward this thing. Okay, let's do this, George. Step to your right a little bit, and let's make the eye line this box here.
I need to rehearse with him.
Okay.
Set. Action, Kale. Okay.
Hi.
And this thing is laughing at you, screaming. You look around.
On Cobalt, thank you for the 39
Start to
months.
panic. Drop. Incredible.
No wonder.
Guys, a little bit of a cut. That was real good.
Okay.
No, right. It's already 7.
David is all about what happens in the moment of creation in front of the camera. So for me, the thing that I enjoyed the most about working with David, and the thing that I try, there's some of my fans. Hello. Not really. They're shouting for Jennifer Love Hewitt. Anyway, but with David, it's all about like that. It's what happens in the moment. And he will incorporate anything, any unusual, crazy. If a bird flew through and sat down here on my shoulder for no reason, we'd just keep rolling, and we would incorporate that in the scene. And that's something that I love about David.
David Lynch started as a painter, but his desire to make his paintings move brought him to filmmaking. He devoted 4 years to making Eraserhead, and his dedication paid off. That success led to The Elephant Man, which earned Lynch his first of 2 Oscar nominations. With Blue Velvet, Wild at Heart, and Twin Peaks, Lynch found his place as America's most viable avant-garde filmmaker, one of the few artists whose name is used as an adjective. His new film, Lost Highway, is a mystery that is thoroughly Lynchian, and he is also being honored with a retrospective at the American Museum of the Moving Image, and I'm pleased to have him here at this table for a consideration of the films and his life. Welcome.
Thank you, Charlie.
It's great to have you here.
Good to be here.
Now, when people say Lynchian, what do they mean?
I haven't got a clue. I think when you're inside of it, you can't see it.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
Yeah. When you think of those films that you have made, you know, is there a common denominator for you? I mean, is there some sense of some space you're trying?
All right, hold on. I gotta fix. There's something going on with my mouse. Scroll. This is weird. It's like I scroll up and it bounces back down. Is that... It's done? No! Need to clean it? It's just been sitting here.
trying to explore, and each film is an exploration of that?
No. Each one I see is separate. I know there are things that tie them all together, but you start falling in love with ideas, and it starts forming a whole, and that's what you translate. And it feels like a brand new thing each time.
Have you, since '92, 5 years since you've made a film, been in search of an idea?
Yes. In '92, after Fire Walk with Me, which is a film I love, but I think you could safely say it did not
critics didn't
go over so well. But I'm hoping that someday people would take another look at that film. But there seemed to be a strange dark cloud hanging over me, and through '94 it was sort of, you know, maybe in '94 it started lifting. And catching ideas is very tricky. It could happen tomorrow, or it could happen next week, or 5 years goes by. So you have to stay alert and watchful, but you never know when it's going to happen.
What was the dark cloud of the first 2 years?
A feeling in the air that sometimes you have green lights and you can do no wrong, and sometimes they start turning yellow and maybe even red, and that was the feeling.
So green light would have been after Blue Velvet, what, 86, 87, somewhere in there, and then Twin Peaks. That was a green light. You could do no wrong, and you were everybody's darling.
Yeah, Blue Velvet sort of kicked things in, and you know, as you go up, you feel the upness is outside of you. You don't know exactly why. For some reason, people are taking you up. And the same way when you go down. You can't figure it, but it's happening.
Do your powers of creation feel strongest when you're going up? I mean, does it?
No, they're the same. It has nothing to do with it. Depression can stop the creative process, but when you feel very good about your work, which I did, except for Dune, but when you feel good about it, the channels are, you know, open still.
Dune, you said you don't feel good about that. You're sorry you made that film.
No, I learned an awful lot, and I, you know, love Dino De Laurentiis and Rafaela De Laurentiis and all the people that worked in the film, and many good things came out of it. But overall, I didn't make the film I think I should have made.
Well, what came out of it was, in a sense, lessons to avoid the next time you go out.
Exactly.
Like Final Cut. Don't give it up.
Exactly. So Dino gave me Final Cut for Blue Velvet, and away we went.
Right. When you were looking for ideas, what were you looking for? I mean, what is it that, is it something to fall in love with?
Yes, ideas. You know, it's strange because the idea is not there, and then suddenly the idea comes into your conscious mind, and it comes in like an electrical spark, and it's known in an instant. And then the next thing that could happen is you could fall in love with that idea. It may just be a fragment, but it could have implications to a whole world. It could be such an idea that it just pulls you, you know, and you want to go there. And those are the things you're looking for.
What was the idea of Lost Highway?
Well, actually, part of it was the two words Lost Highway, which Barry Gifford had written in his book Night People. And for some reason, those words made me dream. It wasn't any story. It wasn't any... it was a possibility.
TwitchCon hype, TwitchCon hype, TwitchCon hype.
A dreamlike possibility. And then the last night of shooting Fire Walk with Me, I had a thing roll through my head, which was an idea, but sequences of ideas. And not controlling it one bit, it unfolded. And I held that until Barry and I got together and told him that, and he happened to like that, and the title and that idea was the starting point, and then you go from there. But a starting point focuses you in one area, and when you get focused, you become like a magnet, and you can together pull things out of like a doorway, and they come out and show themselves to you.
So if you find a starting point, then you can take the next step. And
Yeah,
the next step.
each step is easier.
After you find one place to plant your foot for the first time.
Exactly right.
And that's the idea that
starts the
cements
process.
the process
Yeah,
for you.
Exactly right.
And is there a script in your mind by this time, or just a story you want to develop?
Well, in the very beginning, there's neither a script nor a story. There's fragments, and the fragments.
What was the fragment? I mean, other than the title "Lost Highway."
A couple receiving videotapes
at the doorway,
and they went more each tape, and a fear arose.
Yeah. It's the invasion of their.
Right. What does it mean?
Space.
Right. So. That is not a story. Some indications of some characters are there, but the fragments eventually hook themselves together and show you how they want to be arranged.
Having completed this film, what is it about?
That's Charlie. You know, it's a film is so many things, and you work for 2 years or more to get it to feel absolutely correct as you can make it. And then to translate 2 hours of an orchestrated thing into some words, especially when you don't have a gift for words, is you always fail. So I can't tell you.
All right. I'll tell a little bit of the story. Well, we'll tell the story. And there's a couple. Bill Pullman plays Fred. And his wife is played by Patricia Arquette. And all of a sudden, videotape's there, and then Fred eventually, I don't know where to stop telling the story because we don't ruin the movie. Fred ends up in prison on death row.
Right.
And then goes through an amazing change, and out comes another character. And Richard Pryor's in this film. And tell me about the well, let me take this clip. This is a clip, first clip. This is where Robert Blake, you haven't seen him in a while, and he plays a fascinating character. And he approaches Bill Pullman, who plays Fred Madison, at a party. And here is what they talk about. Roll tape.
As a matter of fact, I'm there right now. It's crazy, man.
I'm not sure if I hadn't said Robert Blake, people would have seen Robert Blake at first glance.
Right.
Can you tell me about casting Robert Blake, Richard Pryor, Bill Pullman?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Well, since you started with Robert Blake, the talk shows have something to do with casting Richard Pryor and Robert Blake. I'd seen In Cold Blood. I admired Robert as an actor, but on I think the Carson show, I saw this very independent, strong-willed, one-of-a-kind people, and I had a lot of respect, for him, and always from then on, I've wanted to work with him. And the problem is, you have to get the right person for the right part. If the part isn't there, Robert doesn't come on board. So finally, the part was there, and I called Robert, and he came over, and we had a great talk. He's started acting when he was 3, as you know, and a million stories. Incredible character, Robert Blake. I wanted him to wear some teeth, but he said he couldn't put appliances in the mouth. He'd gag and become sick. So he came up with the ears. I wanted him to be pale, but then he did his ears and the hair, and
he became your character.
Just looked perfect. Yeah.
Richard Pryor.
I saw Richard Pryor on a talk show. I'd seen, like everybody else, all the things he's done, and but something came through. He's had such dark experiences in life, and came out the other side, and just had a greatness in him, and kind of a wisdom of life.
and I just
Fine, Quad. It's not the
said I
drive, it's the-
want to know this person. I want to, love to work with them. And this came about. The part was small enough that he could do it. He's in a wheelchair, and said he wanted to do it. And
he wanted to do it.
He wanted to do it.
Yeah, he has MS, I think.
Right. And so we finished what we had to shoot, and then I got him in the office of Arnie's garage where his character works. He owns it, and set up a premise, and he ad-libbed for 9 minutes on the telephone, which was unbelievable, brilliant stuff.
Robert Loggia.
Robert Loggia wanted to play Dennis Hopper's part in Blue Velvet, and came on a day we were testing an actress, and there were two people, a young guy to test for Kyle's part, and Robert Loggia to test with this actress for Dennis Hopper's part, or Frank Booth.
Man, thank you for the tier 1.
I didn't get to Robert, and when I went out to tell him, we had to shut down, he became very upset, and I never forgot how upset he got. And so it was sort of perfect that I saw the anger that he's sitting on, and it just made him perfect to play Mr. Eddie Dick Laurent.
Because you used Kyle a couple of times, should I assume you two are friends? And
we're friends,
and
yeah.
you wish you had a part in this film for him?
Always. You get to know people so well working with them, and form friendships, and see possibilities for other characters that they could play. It's just waiting for that part again. And, eventually, hopefully, it will come along for a lot of people I've worked with.
How do you feel about the film now that it's done?
I love it.
Okay. Rolling Stone has a picture of you, and this is what they say. Betrayal, sex, murder, deception, and 9 Inch Nails has to do with this guy. But in fact, this same writer says it's the best thing you've ever done. Do you think it's close to the best work you've done? Do you feel it's as good as you have done?
I don't think
measure it one versus
judging.
two, but
they're like children, and you can't really say that.
All right. Another clip here. This is Robert Loggia, who plays Mr. Eddie, and suspects that that Pete Dayton, played by Balthazar Getty, is the mechanic, is sleeping with his girlfriend, Loggia's girlfriend, Mr. Eddie's girlfriend. Roll tape. Here it is. Tell me what David Lynch saw in the scene we just saw. What was in the director's head?
That scene?
Yes.
But that's what was in my head.
The scene was in your head.
Well, when you get ideas, a picture forms, a mood forms, sounds come, and pretty much a feeling of a total thing appears. Then when you get into each element, more things can appear, but basically you know up front what you're going for based on the ideas.
Do you know who influenced you? I mean, people look at your work and they say Hitchcock. They look at your work and say others.
I think I love Hitchcock, and there's many people that I love, but influences for me have come more from places and things I've seen in these places.
Like
Philadelphia is maybe my biggest influence.
How so?
I was there at a time when the window was wide open, and what came in, when the window is open, things come in kind of, you're unprotected, and things hit you very powerfully. So what I saw, I've carried with me.
What hit you?
The wide range of human behavior.
Yeah. Twin Peaks was about small-town America. Blue Velvet is about small-town America.
He, even in his replies, there's always this transmission of positivity in the way he views things and says things. Unless he's on the set and is pissed off at something in the moment, but when he really he seemed so self-aware of what he was putting into the world to not be a negative person, because maybe he could take something that was negative and turn it into a beautiful creation. It's his cadence of gait. He has a way of speaking that makes you stand up and listen. Not like you. Better.
Lost Highway is about Los Angeles.
A portion of
Los Angeles.
It's a story appears again. The setting is comes with it, and a setting says a lot of things that are difficult to say in words. It gives you a lot of information, and it gives you a mood. And there again, if you turn the camera a little bit to the left, it would be wrong. You'd see something that broke that, but broke the mood and made it incorrect. But you turn it right there, it's saying it's exactly feels right. And so all your location scouting, everything is to find that feeling. And sometimes on location scouting, you can't find the thing that appeared in your head, so you find the closest thing, and then you work to make that even closer. Sometimes on location, you find new things that give you new ideas, and so that's part of the business of staying alert, because many things come in that affect the final thing all along the trip.
So place is an important stimulus for you?
Yeah, it's one of the elements, but every element is important.
When you're making the film, how kind of director are you? I mean, is it all sort of there and scripted and you adhere to this script, or are you a director who wants the actors to, in a sense, run with it?
Well, no. In the beginning, what you want is the actor to bring all their talent out in the correct way. So there's always a beginning. And in the beginning, you sit down and you start rehearsing a scene that may be a scene that illuminates that character the most, a good starting point scene, and you rehearse it. And no matter what it is, then you've started, and then you talk, and then you rehearse, and then you talk. And what you want is that a person like Bill to lock into that same place you're locked into, and catch this thing.
I'll keep this playing. I gotta go to the bathroom again.
And from then on, it all rolls out perfectly, or next door to perfectly.
You're on the same page, you're on the same vision, you're riding the same wave, you're doing all the metaphors you can find.
Exactly, but that's just a process of tuning in, and it happens with everybody on the crew to tune into this one, and then you move as one.
A couple of your actors are Dennis Hopper and Nicolas Cage. Here's what they've said about you on this show. Roll tape.
Because he's really a Boy Scout, David Lynch. He really is. He used to say, now this word here, when you say that word, okay, that word being the F word, you know, when you say that word, well, he wrote the script. I mean, David, do you know what it says or not? You know, but so anyway, and he would say things when you did a take right, he'd go, peachy keen, solid gold.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie, yeah, right. So anyway, I said, the Boy Scout leader said, what is that? And I said, well, look at me, and I'll do a sense memory here and show you what an amyl nitrate or nitric oxide would look like, which is going to disorient your mind for about a minute or two, and like, you know, and so and give you this rush, and so on. So he looked at that and said, oh, that's wonderful, wonderful, do that. And I said, then if you want to dub the voice in later, we can put that word voice in, but right now I'm just thinking about the voice and I can't act through it. He said, no, go ahead and do what you were doing. So I thought that was a great contribution to this film, which he had written and was directing. Until I thought one day, I got alone just about a year ago, much later, I got alone and I thought, you know something, if I would have played this part the way David Lynch had originally intended it, by just having my voice go, baby wants to,
it would have been all over.
You know, I thought, wow, weird guy, this Frank Booth would have been even weirder than I thought, you know? So I don't know. Yeah.
How about David Lynch?
The same thing. And in fact, he is a jazz musician director. I mean, you never really know what you're going to do when you get to the set. You know, I remember one day he came to the set and he said, Nicholas, you're gonna sing opera today. And I said, well, what do you mean? He says, well, there's going to be a cotton ball under your bed, and I want you to have a bad dream and sing an opera song about the cotton ball. just like that. And I said, well, okay, man, let's do it, you know, okay. And I had to come up
I'm
with
an
like
actor.
yeah, right. Come up with an opera song, and I didn't feel stupid about it. I mean, I felt like this. I mean, if it would work, it would be in the movie, you know. And he really believes that fun is essential. I mean, it sounds like a trite word, and it is a trite word, but you have to have fun, because if you're not having fun, the audience won't have fun. So his set, by the way, is very fun.
So what do you think of that?
Well, Dennis does a very bad impersonation, but Nicholas, they're both so great, and you can't say enough good things about both of them. But you know, it's part of what I was saying of getting to know an actor. You see something one day, and then you get an idea. And Nicholas is pretty much fearless. And giving him a challenge
to sing opera,
he just grabs it,
yeah.
and he goes all the way. So does Dennis, and I've been very lucky to have worked with the two of them.
Yeah, but you just told me as we were watching that conversation with Nicholas, it didn't make the film.
No, it didn't make the film, but sometimes that happens.
All right, there is a sense about you that you're prepared to go down the dark road.
I think I like the idea of going down in, and everybody is like that. Everybody is a detective. The unknown is a magnet, and you can learn many, many things by going down in there. And but it doesn't negate a bright road either. A film is made up of contrasts, and you know, knowledge and experience of combined opposites is sort of what it's all about.
Yeah, but the mystery is what turns you on.
Mysteries, we love mysteries. Life is filled with them. And some of them are very abstract.
And in all this, are you exploring your fears, your hopes, your dreams? I don't mean in dreams for position or accomplishment, but just what wild things are happening inside your head?
That's a tough one. I think it's it has so much to do with love and cinema. The marriage of ideas with film. There comes this possibility in this world that you're going into to experiment and learn and experience. It's an experience that you're building.
Let me go back to, and let's talk a little bit about Eraserhead, your first film. I want to pick up on a lot of them here. Tell me about that.
Eraserhead?
Yeah, a long time ago. What was it, 19? Now, one thing we should say about Jack Nance was there, who died recently,
right.
and someone you loved a lot.
Yeah, I've known Jack for 25 years. I met him late in '71, I believe. And a great human being, great actor, and I consider him one of my best friends. So, and he was in almost every film I've made, and it's going to be tough because here is a guy that gave me ideas for many, many characters, and I just think about him, and a character would, you know, almost would appear.
Roll tape. This is Eraserhead with Jack Nance. As we were watching that and we went to the thermometer, which said 98.6, and you said completely normal. I mean, the whole idea was... Do you ever listen to Laserdisc now made by, and what director's comments are on the film? Have you done that?
No, I haven't.
You know, it's fascinating to hear what the director, just the kind of thing we just saw is what you would have seen, you know, at one of the tracks. The next film I want to talk about is The Elephant Man. Here is where Mel Brooks gave you a shot.
You bet he did.
He saw something in Eraserhead he liked.
He did, and I mean, 100 people with money and who were producers could have seen Eraserhead, and all of them but Mel, I think, would have refused to meet with me.
Roll tape. Elephant Man, David Lynch nominated for Best Director for the Academy Award.
Right.
Here it is. I mean, a sense that of confidence, a sense that, and I'm doing something that I know and like and enjoy and...
Sorry, I need the price. The price is...
love, and I'm beginning to get my hands around it.
It was a blessed film, and how I came to be part of it was something. It's just the feeling of fate playing a part is there so strongly in that film, and you know, it's just a gift.
A gift that you had the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
Final cut.
Yeah. Well, Mel had final cut, but in fact he gave it to me, and Mel was very, very happy, very supportive. Mel Brooks is he's a complicated genius. He's, I think a lot of the great comedians must have a genius, you know, in them. The knowledge of human behavior to make things funny. And the knowledge of human behavior is so great in Mel that he saw and appreciated this whole thing completely and was very instrumental in how all the pieces were, you know, put together, and like I said, was a huge supporter.
Have you ever wanted to make comedy?
Yes.
Can you do it?
I've made some attempts, but I'm very interested in humor. I'm interested in a humor that can sit next door to horror or fear or something more serious. And an out-and-out comedy, even though I've written them, I somehow keep myself from following through and doing it. And like they say, comedy is like mathematics. 2 and 2 make 4. This and this make a laugh. And it's you can't make a mistake. It's, I think it's for instance, the Academy Awards, they're the least likely to get nominated, but maybe the hardest thing to do is a comedy that works.
Mel Brooks is eloquent about how difficult, you know, there's a great story about when his wife comes home one day and she talks about how bad it is at the office, and he walks over to where the typewriter is. He said, "This is a bad day."
Right. Right.
Blue Velvet, before we go to the clip.
Chat, if you're wondering what the hell, why this is a strange stream, I am working on getting the love shirt on my website because, well, people always ask for it. The company that I had the collaboration with no longer exists, and I thought it would be a good idea to bring the shirt back and donate all the profits to people that have lost everything in the fires in LA. But it's a very annoying process to set this up in the shop. Depending on how far I get, I can maybe show you why it's so annoying, but it's just very tedious. It's like click, add this, confirm, click, push. So that's what I'm doing here on the side as well.
You're fascinated, or you want us to say and know that in the most ordinary of places, there are incredible things going on behind.
I heard crickets when you heard he was sick. Dude, I don't know if you were here earlier, but like, I know we had mentioned it, but really I didn't think he was. Here's the thing. I've known people with emphysema. I don't know David Lynch personally, obviously, but I've known a lot of people that lived a long time with it, and it is awful, but I just didn't think he would be gone so soon, and I don't think many people did, so it's pretty freaking awful.
Closed curtains. That among the most normal appearing, there is wildness, obsession. What?
Always a doorway or curtains kick in the imagination.
and they just do that. You begin to wonder what is on the other side of the door. What is going to happen when those curtains open? And it starts a process going. Everybody in the world, because we love mysteries and we're fascinated by all types of human behavior, we would love to float into rooms and observe, not to cause harm, but to learn more and to see how much the same or how.
He declared that he would never retire from directing only recently. Well, he was truthful. He never retired from directing.
Different we are, and it's there's always the surface of things, but we sense many times more than what we see, and these sensing pull you in, and you want to know, and so there you go.
And the character of Frank Booth.
I think one time I was in a place and I saw this person that came in. It's hard to remember because Frank is probably several things maybe came together, but this one person I remember seeing might have been the seed for Frank. When I saw him doing Frank-like things.
What was it? What did he do, and what was it about him?
It was I think in the 70s at a place called Bob's Big Boy restaurant.
And you just saw him?
I think it's on Highland Avenue. Yeah, and I saw him, and there it was.
All right. Roll tape. Blue Velvet. Dennis Hopper. Dennis was perfect. I said during the, and you said.
Jump.
Dennis is born to play Frank Booth. That's what he told me on the phone. We talked about Dennis, and as everybody knows, Dennis had some problems with drugs and alcohol.
As Dennis frequently tells us.
Right. And so, even though I was thinking about Dennis, but I think his manager called up and said, you know, Dennis is you know, on the wagon, and he just finished a picture, and it went great. And so I began to open up, you know, but when Dennis called me, and he said, I have to play Frank Booth because I am Frank Booth, that, of course, did it. And no more truer words have never been spoken.
What comes out of your story is these amazing ways that actors end up in your films. Not because of some performance. Dennis says, I am Frank. Loja throws a fit because it's Dennis and not him. And you remember that next time out.
Right.
Do you have, what's your self-image of yourself? I mean, Dennis said, was it Dennis said Boy Scout? And they say you use these words like, oh, great and terrific and, you know.
You know, many people use, oh, great and terrific.
Yeah, I know, it's true, but.
We have, all of us.
That doesn't define Boy Scout, does it?
All of us have, again, our surface and our persona, the personality, rather. And the personality is almost like it sometimes you just wish it wasn't there because it's causing you to act in strange ways when underneath that is something else. And so we all have the feeling we meet somebody, we have our first impression, and little by little, we see something else. And the more you get to know somebody, the deeper you go, and you realize that many things, that's the way Jack Nance was, many depths and powerful thinking was going on inside this man.
Francis Bacon, I will see, if I went and looked at the paintings of Francis Bacon, would I see something there that reminded me of a David Lynch film or vice versa?
Probably. You know, those paintings are about struggle, torture, horror, but maybe much more than that. There's something, again, the initial image is one thing,
but then something else comes through the paint, and it almost could be exalted. It could be a spiritual thing. It starts a process going, and but again, with Francis Bacon or any great painter, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. What it gives to the viewer with the dialogue between you and the painting is an awful lot more than what's there on the surface.
What are your fears?
Pretty much the regular, fears.
Do you dream?
I feel like if it's a psychiatrist.
No, well, that's good.
Yeah, I dream, but I don't go by nighttime dreams. Nighttime dreams are, they're sometimes some good ones, but it's daydreams that I love. And sinking down, sitting comfortably in a chair, where you might be controlling some of the thoughts and directing yourself here or there, but at a certain point, the dream takes over, and you enter in a place where things are unraveling before you without your intervention. And many things can present themselves that way, and sometimes ideas that you fall in love with.
You've been in therapy?
One time.
One time?
Yeah.
What happened? I mean, you just decided that...
I've told this story before.
Oh, I haven't heard it.
No, it's okay. Well, I went in...
I quit.
I had a reason, for going in.
You got this shit more figured out than I do.
And then I asked him straight out, right up front, could this process that we're going to go through affect creativity? And he said, David, I have to be honest with you, it could. And so then I had to shake his hand and
say goodbye. This
is
not for me.
Yeah, because it's a magical thing, and you don't want to know so much that would, stop it from happening.
Do you understand creativity?
No. I understand the pleasure, joy of it, and I understand that it's a beautiful process to go. This, like any invention or anything, starts with an idea, and the idea then gets manifested in the material world. It's a beautiful process, and many internal rewards in the doing.
No.
If David Lynch went back and looked at his own beginnings and wanting to be a painter and all that is part of your history, what would it tell us about David Lynch, the filmmaker?
If I want to go back?
If you went back and looked at your childhood and the shaping influences on you, would it be instructive about you and as a filmmaker?
I had to know. I think, it doesn't matter where you are growing up. It has something to do with just sensing your environment and having the things triggered by the environment and your sensing. It could be anywhere, because the same things happen everywhere. As long as there's human beings and houses and trees, it will happen.
And houses and trees.
I'm thrilled to have you here. I really am, David.
Charlie,
this is a fascinating conversation for me.
Thanks a lot, Charlie.
Lost Highway is I don't want to say David Lynch is back, but he is. I mean, you caught an idea, then you've made a film, and I suspect you feel very good about that.
I do, Charlie. Thanks a million for saying these kind words. Okay.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
We'll be right back, and we'll talk about Tibet with Bob Thurman. Stay with us.
All right. There were some shorter ones that I wanted to see. So this is David Foster Wallace describing David Lynch's work. This is a short one.
When he was here, I asked him about what was Lynchian, and I took that right out of your piece.
And I'm sure he just looked at you and blinked very slowly.
Well, he didn't have a great answer, because I don't think he thinks that way.
I love this art.
He obviously doesn't think that way.
There was, there's a part in the essay that kind of does this academic, let's unpack the idea of Lynchian, and what Lynchian means is something about the unbelievably grotesque existing in a kind of union with the unbelievably banal, and then it gives a series of scenarios about what is and isn't Lynchian. Jeffrey Dahmer was borderline Lynchian.
Borderline.
Well, the refrigerator. And actually what was Lynchian was having the actual food products next to the disembodied bits of the corpse. I guess the big one is, you know, a regular domestic murder is not Lynchian, but if the man, if the police come to the scene and see the man standing over the body, and the woman, let's see, the woman's 50s bouffant is undisturbed, and the man and the cops have this conversation about the fact that the man killed the woman because she persistently refused to buy, say for instance, Jif peanut butter rather than Skippy, and how very, very important that is. And if the cops found themselves somehow agreeing that,
I feel like I've heard this
there were major
before.
differences between the brands, and that a wife who didn't recognize those differences was deficient in her wifely duties, that would be Lynchian. This weird, this weird confluence of very dark, surreal, violent stuff and absolute, almost Norman Rockwell, banal American stuff, which is terrain he's been working for quite a while.
What I look like, a valet?
Keep it, it's yours.
For joining CBS.
Thank you, Tom.
In reading about you this afternoon, at about 20 years of age, you were in Philadelphia.
I sure was.
All right, and there, you loved painting, but you also became intrigued, as I read, with the idea of animation, of making the pictures move. Huh?
Well, I was in I went to the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, Broad and Cherry Streets, and
I know it well. I worked there.
Yeah, and Mike, we could just stop for a second, because I watched you in Philadelphia, and I think we came to L.A. in 1970, the same year.
Yeah.
And so then I come out here, and I see you on TV here. I couldn't.
You say, what, is this guy following me?
It was really, really
Listen to that laugh.
Weird.
Perplexing, yeah.
And weird. Which would appeal to you.
Yeah, it appealed to me.
Yeah, weird.
And I was painting, and it was the painting, as I said before, is painting very dark paintings, and I saw some little part of this figure moving, and I hear a wind, and I really wanted these things to move and have a sound with them, and so I started making an animated film just as a moving painting.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. I wasn't in the film business.
No.
I was just doing it to make them
And
move.
you were doing it informally. It wasn't for commercial release. You were tinkering around, as it were.
Extremely informal. I built this 1-minute film on a sculptured screen with the sound of a siren going for experimental painting and sculpture contest at the end of the year that they had every year.
And then you made a short film while in Philadelphia, did you not?
Well, I made that short film, and I made 2 other short films through, well, the first one wasn't through the American Film Institute, but I got a grant from the Independent Filmmakers Program from the American Film Institute, and that was pretty much one of the happiest days of my life.
And what was that short film?
That was called The Grandmother.
Right. And what was the one with all the faces?
That was the very first one, 6 men getting sick. It was actually untitled, and I've since then titled it.
And so what's the title now?
6 men getting sick.
Getting sick.
Yeah.
They throw up and then their heads blow up.
Well, no, they don't blow up. There's some fire involved, and they become sick, yeah.
Now, where did your early ideas for films come from? When Eraserhead was being formed in your imagination, where were these ideas coming from? And did you have filmmakers in mind that you wished to emulate or take from movies you'd seen as a kid?
No, sir.
Okay.
Ideas are, I think we'd all agree, the greatest things
no question.
Going.
Nothing happens unless somebody has an idea.
Exactly right. And ideas are sort of closely connected to thoughts.
Yeah.
And the ideas and thoughts are out there, and how do they come to us? It's a mystery. 1 minute they're not there, and the next minute they're there. Mm-hmm. And but certain things trigger these things. They must. And my greatest influence was the city of Philadelphia.
No kidding.
No kidding. Eraserhead was born in Philadelphia.
And where would the ideas come from? You know, I know that you look a little beneath the surface that the rest of us see.
Well, everybody does. Everybody senses things.
Yeah.
You go into a room and someone's sitting there, and you immediately know that this person is sad, and you can sense it in the air. They don't even have to say anything. Words communicate many things, but there's something else that comes through the air that communicates actually much more.
And so as you go around in Philadelphia, you see things, and thoughts begin to form.
Things like?
Well, I saw, many things. I didn't probably live in an area like you lived in. I lived in quite bad areas of town.
Okay.
But so I would see things, and
like one thing you saw.
Well, I saw a woman in a backyard squawking like a chicken, crawling on her hands and knees in tall, dry grass. And I saw, many strange things
That
like
would catch
this.
my eye, too.
Yeah, that was seen was not in Eraserhead.
Anyway, Eraserhead
Damn.
was an enormous success, although it took you 5 years to get it together, to get the money to have it made. Mel Brooks saw it.
Well, Eraserhead wasn't a great success. It was on the marquees and art houses for many years, but in terms of great successes,
I'm not measuring.
Was,
I'm not measuring success in dollar
in dollars.
signs.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
I'm measuring
Then it was a tremendous success.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And then, but anyway, Mel Brooks sees this picture.
You want
And he
the
said-
link? It's called David Lynch on the Late Show with Tom Snyder on YouTube.
You direct The Elephant Man.
Yeah, it was, I've said before, maybe even 999 out of 1,000 people would not have said that after having seen Eraserhead. But it was my good fortune to meet up with Mel Brooks.
Yeah, but he saw Eraserhead.
Right, he
and
did.
something in that picture, I don't know what it was because I haven't talked to him about it, something touched him.
Yes.
Something said, this is the man who can bring this project to fruition.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, the project, you not only brought it to fruition, but it earned you an Academy Award nomination.
It did.
And placed you in the forefront of young Hollywood motion picture directors.
Yes, it was a beautiful thing.
It was a gift from God.
It was.
Okay,
It was.
there you go. Now, we will continue in just a second here because now I want to go to the next part of the story, where you are offered the directorship of The Return of the Jedi. And you reject that and say, no, I'm going to go on and make a picture called Dune.
It wasn't quite that way, but...
but for my little purpose here.
Sure.
Okay.
Fantastic.
We will continue with David Lynch. The newest picture is called Lost Highway, and we have a little clip from that as well.
Fantastic.
So we'll have...
Mel Brooks left his name off the credits of Elephant Man because even though he was a producer, he thought people would see his name and think it was supposed to be a comedy.
All that and more on the plate right after this short break. You're watching CBS. Let me try this one. Had you done Return of the Jedi instead of Dune, what difference do you think it would have made in your life?
You can't ever tell about those things.
To Susan of the toll-free in Raleigh, North Carolina. Hello and welcome to CBS.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
My question tonight is, David, are you ever bothered by what the critics say about your films? And when are you coming back to Wilmington?
Oh, you're calling from Wilmington?
Yeah, well, I live in Wilmington sometimes and work on films, but we need you here.
Well, bless your heart. Some things critics say bother me. I really believe in constructive criticism instead of destructive criticism. And
with the positivity.
So,
even so,
lately, I'm not reading
we need to channel
those
more
things.
Okay.
You don't mind if somebody, for example, were to review your film and point out what, in their view, they felt were deficiencies. But if they simply come on and say, David Lynch made a stinky movie, that's not fair. But if somebody comes on and presents a legitimate critique of your work, that's okay by you.
Right. I had a great teacher named Frank Danielle at the American Film Institute, and he taught with constructive criticism.
Okay.
So you could be criticized, but it was money in the bank for you for your next project, and he would inspire you as he was, being somewhat critical.
Got you. Susan, I'm glad you called. Thanks for watching.
Oh, yeah. See you in Wilmington.
See you,
All right.
see you, Susan.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Robert Blake was here about 2 weeks ago, and he talked about making this film, Lost Highway, with you. And he said, and I can say this to you because you've probably heard this, that he saw the picture and he didn't really understand the picture. Is that okay with you if people go to this movie and they just don't?
Well, Robert's a little slow, but
Robert's a great guy, and he is.
Next week, I'm going to take that picture to the University of Colorado on DVD. We're going to spend 10 hours over a week going through it a shot at a time, and at the end, I'll be able to understand it.
You better believe it. You already do understand it. Get a lot of good coffee, though, and some good food.
I understand it emotionally, and that's the important thing.
Exactly right. And I want to thank you for all the help you gave the film, Roger.
Well, it's a good film.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a fascinating film. I love films that refuse to be over.
Okay.
Thank you, David Lynch, Oscar-nominated director for Mulholland Drive. We have coming up to us Mr. Denzel Washington and his lovely wife in purple.
In purple. Oh, I want to see Denzel now. What the heck? 480.
Lynch in the exclusive IFC series Independent Focus, produced in conjunction with the independent feature project West. Next on IFC.
You literally said, okay. Let's say, oh, I know I have.
Now, the words that come to mind when you think of an Eagle Scout, like loyal, trustworthy, or courteous, are probably not the words that come to mind when you think of movies like Wild at Heart, or Lost Highway, or Eraserhead, or Blue Velvet. But the movies made by an Eagle Scout, David Lynch. And on Independent Focus, we're going to get to the heart of the contradictions in this man.
Before the glasses.
This is kind of different from the stuff I normally see at the moment.
You're stuck with one interpretation.
Loves these guns, and it's all like
because if the film doesn't hit, then you're really screwed. Certain movies kind of unnerve me a little more than others.
but I just didn't have anything to say at that time. I sold just about everything I owned. It's like I write the script, I rehearse the acting.
The big difference that more money gives you is just more.
Talk is very cheap to shoot. It's like you're in pontificate about filmmaking.
I tend not to have studios telling me what to do.
My first job in Los Angeles was here at this museum, and I made $5 an hour selling tickets here, which I may be doing after this is over, but that's another conversation. But I know a job you had, we were just talking about backstage, was you were just getting started in filmmaking. You delivered the Wall Street Journal and had worked out this really interesting route where you would deliver the paper.
Right. I was working on Eraserhead, and I was, I had a home, and then I got divorced, and I was then living in the stables of this mansion in Beverly Hills. It doesn't sound like a hardship case, but my ex-wife phoned and said that there was this little bungalow that I could get for $80 a month, and I said that's too much money, and she said no, it's an unbelievable deal, and you've got to get this place, and so I figured I had to get a job, and I started delivering the Wall Street Journal, and it was a great job because it was 1 hour a day, and I made $48.02 a week. So it paid the rent, and everything was great.
Now, it must have been a very interesting period for you doing that and then working out Eraserhead, which took you how long to finish?
5 years, but we kept running out of money. We shot for a year straight, and then we ran out of money. That's about the time I got the paper out, and we would get geared up with some money and then shoot a scene, and then, you know, kind of break down again for a while.
But what was that like for you? It must have given you a chance to really live the film as you were making it in a way.
It was a beautiful thing. Now people I have more money to work with, but there's a speed that you have to take, and so you don't sink down into a film or into a mood. When you go slow and you're living in the set and in that world, it just becomes part of you. It's a beautiful experience, and ideas, more ideas come out of that.
So Eraserhead must have taken almost kind of an improvisational quality as you were.
No, not improvisational. It was very specific, but it took a long time to get it right.
It's interesting because
no more.
Your movies almost all are textural first, it seemed like. It's a sort of a sound tapestry with also this really interesting use of space. And I wonder if when something like, let's say, Eraserhead, how a movie like that comes to you.
Okay,
I mean,
chat.
obviously it was sort of cooking
I need
around.
this monitor, sorry, so I have to interrupt this beautiful moment. I have my laptop on the side. But I need a monitor here. Okay. Oh my god, I hate this. How do I delete this? Delete. Why does it not let me select all? Okay, so here's what I'm doing. I can show you guys real quick. I'm working on re-releasing the Love merch. So everything that I was just doing was not on this page. It was on another website. And I had to go through each color. So I have black, white, and green. And then I have to go to each size. So XS to 4XL, I think, was the highest they had in this particular shirt. The blank of the shirt. And then in each size and each color, I have to go to the label and add the label. This was like an old template I had. Oh, and then it adds all these stupid mock-ups that I don't need because I already had mock-ups. So then I have to come here to this second site and I had to just delete like all the extra files. It automatically pushes. It's so freaking annoying. And then this is actually old because this is before the war, but I had this under a private page for Russian orders.
Nishala's Cage Rage is the best.
Because the website that I did the original collaboration with, they never shipped to Russia. There was like a few countries they never shipped to. So I had like a private page a long time ago, before the war. So this part was here, thankfully. Thank goodness. Oh yeah, and then I had to just update all the pricing because the pricing need to be updated. But I need to change all of this. And tell people where the money is going because I'm going to donate all the profits to charity. Which is another thing we need to figure out. Who is the money going to? So I heard about something in passing and I want to see if I could find it. They were talking about people who don't have access to technology. So like people that are really on the so people in extreme poverty that don't have access to tools like phones or computers every day of the freaking week, and that might have issues. So that would also, income aside, include older people who just are not tech savvy. So I heard about this I heard about this organization that helps people directly, and I can't remember the freaking name. If anybody knows, it's an Altadena based organization. No, it's local. Volunteer match. Let's see. Thank you, Quad. Volunteer match is the U.S. organization. No, I don't think this was it. This is cool though. Altadena. Not ground game. Who's getting bean boozled? What? Altadena resident Shamika Gaskin's presidency of Enchel Poverty, California, powered by Grace, whose home was burned. Dang, that's so messed up. Scroll down for ways to give directly to displaced families and Altadena small businesses. Yeah, I think my mouse is dying. I need to clean it with some rubbing alcohol, but I cleaned everything that day, including the mouse. Business, schools. Oh, I heard it on the radio. Mini leaf blower. Might have to just scroll back. Because it's really hard, man, to pick... to pick just one, you know what I mean? Just to pick one organization. And there's so many GoFundMes. It's pretty overwhelming as well. Let me see if this is it.
Okay. TikTok users or million users.
My best friend and I was like, oh my.
Not it. They were talking about... Fuck. Here. This is gonna, like, I'm going down a crazy rabbit hole. Well, being a mutant zombie. Star Wars Kid, thank you for the 30 months. Tension, thank you for the 13 months. Thanks, you guys. It's a wired mouse, yes. What's up, King Zera? So this, right now, I'm just trying to choose who so I can update this information. That's what needs to happen. I'm not even touching that side of stuff yet, Quad. All right, Luigi. Where was the show, though? I cannot unban Russia. This is an old template that I had. Because of the embargoes, I cannot ship to Russia. This was set up previously, like I said, because the people that I did this collaboration with years ago for Planned Parenthood, they didn't ship to specific countries, Russia being one of them. So I created a hidden page just for the Russian fans to order from and posted it on Russian social media. But now, because of embargoes, it's not up to me. So no, that's why I was just deleting that. So I was like, oh, that's old ass information. You want the mugs? Oh no. It's not giving me the actual. It says listen, but then it doesn't let me listen to the whole thing. Ah. So if you guys know of any local orgs, because like I said, it's pretty overwhelming. Trying to figure out where to put this money, because so many people are in need. Playlist. All shows. It was a weird. I was like not even listening to it until I heard them talking about this. It was around this time. Today. No. This is wrong. Ugh. Friday, here. Here. This one? Here. I found it! I found the show.
KCRW sponsors.
So traffic has been less this last week because a lot of folks have left town and a lot of folks are staying home.
Yeah, I've been. You'll say, okay, what else do
I
you
gotta
need?
figure.
And they'll say nothing, but then you get there and you go, do you want these LaCroix? Do you want this?
Like you were saying before.
Respond if someone.
It's our government.
It's government.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You have to know people who have Apple Pay and PayPal who have money to give. You
Here
have
it
to
is.
have already had a community and been set up in order to
Yeah.
fix your life. And there's a whole community of people who are living in poverty
We don't
before
have
the
that.
fires. And
Mhm.
so please donate
Apple
to Letters from Altadena.
Okay.
Letters from Altadena. Ah! Thank God. You know when you're driving and you hear something, but you're also thinking about everything else in that moment? You hear it, but you can remember it later. It drives me crazy. I cannot sell to Russia. Nobody from America can sell to Russia. It's not the choice of the individual. It's the choice of the government. It's just not possible because of the embargoes. Just you like 100% of the time. Damn! Okay, Letters from Altadena Charity Wildfire Relief. Donate now because losing it should be losing. Okay. Every penny donated to letters. Oh, here, let me show you guys this. Every penny donated to Letters from Altadena campaign will go directly to affected families. Working with trusted community partners, we're currently identifying families who are already struggling before the disaster struck. These families will receive unrestricted grants they can use for their most urgent needs. So let's check them out on Charity Navigator. Oh, they changed their website recently, which is kind of annoying. The old site was better. Like, look, they're not even listed. Letters to Hope, Letters to Strangers, Letters to Santa, Letters from Home, Letters Behind Bar, Mary's Letters, USC, Vietnamese American Arts and Letters. No, they're not here. So let's see if we just explore charities to support. I mean, charities responding, based in Springfield, Missouri. Amazing, great, but we also know that we like choosing things that are more local. Pasadena Community Foundation will be helping for Eaton Canyon wildfire recovery by funding local relief and rebuilding efforts. Core, let me see. I want to give my money to Steve Gutenberg. Yeah, I saw that video too. Core is assisting Palisades survivors. Pasadena Humane for Animals. LAFD, American Red Cross, National Council of Jewish Women, Los Angeles. Like, I want something global giving. We've raised a lot of money through global giving over the years. LA Regional. Okay, so I actually donated to Baby quite a few times. It's just very weird that there's not, other than that Pasadena one. So how do we find charities that don't have multimillionaire CEOs and spend most on marketing? So I've always talked about this website right here. It's called charitynavigator.org. Oh, thank you, Quad. I've been a big fan of this website for a long time. But you have to remember that it's only if it's an actual registered charity will it show up on this website. That's their function. That's what they do. But don't forget, there are trustworthy community programs that are not technically charities registered as nonprofits. And sometimes community organizations do that because once you are a registered nonprofit, it does make things a lot more complicated. So smaller organizations typically, you know, there are many reasons, but one big reason they don't register as nonprofit is because they want to make sure that all that money and all those resources that they are able to get goes directly to the community. And a lot of people don't take a dime ever, you know? So that can be another option. In this case, I was trying to look up this one called Letters. It doesn't show up. So a lot of times Charity Navigator won't show something if the organization is too small. But I feel like it used to do better at giving you results until they updated this new website. And once they updated this new website, there were less results. But what I do like about the website is, look, it rates them different charities based on different factors. So like 67% is even low to me. charitynavigator.org, not .com. Yes. And you can actually go and you see, so like, let's go to, because I think 67 is low, right? So let's use this as an example. Pow pow, thank you for the raid. What's up, raiders? Thank you, appreciate it. So like, it has all these different ways they score things, accountability and finance. So you want to know that like, yeah, their CEO's not getting paid millions, you know, or hundreds of thousands. Like they don't have their taxes posted on their website, so they'll use that. That lowers their score of a charity. Salary of key persons. It says it's available, but then, I mean, look, this says 0. That means all these people took 0 money. What's up, Chesby? Welcome. How much is rated by corporate propaganda employees? No, this is I don't know what you mean by that, but this is not a rating on what, let's be clear here. This rating is a third-party website that uses key factors to determine a rating. So Charity Navigator created this. Individuals cannot go on this website and be like, ding, I don't like this charity because they pissed me off. That's not possible. The score is based on key factors. This is not, yeah, exactly. This is not a Yelp for charities. This is not a TripAdvisor for charities. It's not Google reviews for charities. People cannot vote on this. It's not, you cannot just rank it because you feel like it. That's not possible. It's not a feature. It's not a function on this website. So they just score websites, score charities based on specific factors. And I definitely agree. I have trust issues too. That's why I always talk about this website, Charity Navigator. So that's interesting. I mean, it's weird. They have a low score, but it's good to click on it because look, why do they have a low score? 0 independent board members. We checked to see that a majority of board members are identified as independent on their tax form. Okay. They didn't put their tax form on their websites, so they lost points. They don't have a whistleblower policy, so they lost points. But then it says nobody's getting paid. I literally just explained it. I'm not going to re-explain it. You could clip the stream and scroll back in the VOD and listen to what I said. I'm not going to repeat myself. See, this is weird. It used to be way easier. I wonder if they had to change the website legally. The tax form used to be on the website. You didn't have to do all this. I bet since they don't report their income, it won't show how much they made. Yeah, this used to be way easier. Mouse is flickering, you see that? So you can even see like total revenue, total expense. But before, man, I'm telling you that something must have happened legally, because they used to have something on Charity Navigator directly that would show what portion here, like right here, without having to open up all this, what portion was used on salary, what was actually used for program. All of that was like way easier to look at. So anyways, you have to do your own, you have to do more, a little bit more legwork now. I'm guessing there were probably some new compliance rules they had to follow for websites. Anyways, there's that. So like, just because Altadena, okay, like back to, let's focus. Letters for Altadena. Letters Altadena. Letters Charity. Altadena. CO. About us. Board of Directors. Fred Armisen. What? Okay, there are a lot of... Why are there so many... I mean, I guess that's probably Board of Directors. That's probably to bring eyeballs to the organization itself. Like he's this dude's the secretary. This dude is the treasurer. So they don't even have anybody listed as CEO. So Letters Charity, formerly Poverty Alleviation Chicago. No. That is so weird. So maybe they're not even... See? This is more Chicago based. See what I'm saying? Like, I wanted something local. You hear this stuff? They called it Letters Altadena. It's not called Letters Altadena. More misinformation. It's called Letters Charity. And it's not to say it's bad, but the radio gave wrong information. It's crazy. And then it doesn't mean they're not doing great work either. You know what I mean? It's just, I preferred to have it be local. Let's look at, where were we? There was a Pasadena one I found. Here. Pasadena Community Foundation. So Pasadena is next to Altadena. And it was also affected by the Eaton fire. So it has 100% 4 stars. Here you go. This is a better example than the other one we were looking at. This is what I was trying to find. Liabilities to assets. Program expense ratio, okay? Administrative expenses. 6.4%. This is 2022. So it's always like a little bit behind. I don't know what year this is. So let's look at this one. Most recent report. 2022, 5.2% on administrative costs. 5% on fundraising. And 89.7% goes to the program. Like, that's freaking good. That's a green flag. What do you feel about get out of here, Quad. Total rev and expenses. Dang, that's crazy. 2021 to 2022 drop. Salary of key persons. I mean, that's still... I know that looks like a lot of money, and it is. But this is also California, and they are the CEO. So it's not like multi-million, you know, it's not even $1 million a year. So this is something that you would then look at and be like, okay, now. Wow. Red Cross, less than $1 million. Shocking. I thought that would be more. You got 3 seconds to stand from the chair and run. What's another big one? I thought they had like a big, no. Children's Hospital. That's a big one. St. Jude's. Look at that, and there's so many different tiers. Or regional, not tiers. So many different regional organizations as well. So yeah, anyways. Okay, so Pasadena could be a good one. And then, I mean, again, it doesn't mean that letters is not a good option. We could do both. We could split it between both. Let's see. Twitter. Letters. Oh, wait. What was it formerly called? I wanted to look up. My mouse is not scrolling. So annoying. Here. Ooh. Ooh. Not so good looking now, is it? Why? Like, to me, 72% is low. But then you have to contextualize, like, what, why? %56%. That's not very high. We couldn't read what it says. Your face is in the way. Oh, so this was... That's weird. So weird. This is... It said, Letters Charity was formerly Poverty Alleviation. I said Alliance. Formerly Poverty Alleviation. Right? So they're still operating under that same organization and same tax number. So I went to Poverty Alleviation and this is what I found. So not amazing. So back to the description. I did not say grifters. You can use your own mind to come up with your own conclusion by going to charitynavigator.org and look up the organization yourself. Here we go. Heirloom. All right, so I mean, we should title it Love for Los Angeles. Okay. The Love Collection. Heirloom. That's what the website says. Okay, the Love Collection re-release will benefit profits. The Love Collection re-release profits victims of the fires in Los Angeles. All the profits from this Love Collection re-release will... who was it? Did I say? I mean, we could just do the Pasadena one. Pasadena Community Foundation. Do they not have a Twitter? Is an extra medium just a large? Pasadena Community Foundation announced its first round and grants 20 nonprofit partners in Altadena and Pasadena of over, it looks like at $500,000. I'm not clicking into that right now.
It's hard that I can say it. You're too far for me to chase you. It's too hard to rearrange you.
No. They're not on Twitter. Okay. Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So it's like, how do I get in? Oh, email, but yeah. Kind of want to ask one more person. Are you donating to charity for LA Fire? Yeah, I'm trying to decide on who this money's gonna go to. Like I said, there are a lot of people suffering. There are a lot of GoFundMes. There are a lot of charities. Let me see. J. M.
It's hard that I can say it. You're too far for me to chase you. It's too hard to rearrange you.
La 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 la. I just don't want to backtrack. I'm re-releasing.
You got this. Gotta look around at who is doing the most for your community.
Okay. Charlo, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate it. You know what? I don't think I need to put a name now. I think it's going to be Pasadena. I just want to ask a couple people. Oh, maybe her too. Hold on. Directly, because I mean, I've known people who have lost their homes, but a lot, like I said, a lot of people are doing direct community outreach and GoFundMe's, not necessarily organizations, which makes sense in a time like this. Can you recommend? Working directly with the community. Re-releasing and donating the profits. Okay, sent. So people in LA do not suffer as much as millions of other people in the world. Harder to say, but it's truth. Yeah, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you even talking about? You know how brain dead, ignorant of a statement that is? I don't know. Do you know anybody? Do you know people come here with nothing but the clothes on their back and on their bodies and fight tooth and nail to provide for their family? No, you don't. You see TMZ, you see social media talking about millionaires and celebrities, and you have zero investment and you have zero knowledge on the ground of the reality of this situation. The poverty rate in California, not just Los Angeles, is 18.9%, the highest in the country in 2023, first of all. The poverty rate in Los Angeles actually went down. And I don't know if that has to do with COVID, but it did go down slightly over the past few years.
As the night takes control, I feel you come alive every time I let go. Send me an angel.
Not my mouth. Freaking Fridays. Yeah. Okay, I think it's oh yeah, it's Friday and it's almost 10. Oh, I gotta eat. I'm not gonna post this tonight anyways. I just realized if I post this late now, it's not gonna get eyeballs on social media, so it's not gonna get the traction it needs. 100% of the profits from the release will go to victims, and then we'll choose later. I'm just asking a few questions before I decide. That was old text. Okay, where'd all my tags go? Fuck. Tags are missing from this, too. Products. Scarred. Oh. Oh shit. Determine. God damn it. What? I don't even think I have categories listed on anything. I have not updated my merch in so many years. Let me go to this one. Yeah, I don't have categories. Okay, here we go. How do I... Oh man, I have a tag page I have a tag page saved somewhere. Oh yes, I have it. Oh, thank goodness for spreadsheets. Makoto, thank you for the gift to the Mexican Viper. I don't have the level now. Damn. Okay, we're just gonna do... Oh, I didn't put fucking comments. All right, chat. So, t-shirt. Save. Product tag is invalid. Why? What? What? Why? Watch it be case sensitive. What do you mean it doesn't exist? I'm looking at it over here. I have a smart collection over here. This is fucking weird. This is bizarre. Can't get shadow banned from my own stuff. I have a collection. Here, look, I'll show you what I'm seeing. I have this thing. I have a smart collection where this other merch is. But if I go here, I don't see it. See what I'm saying? I need to have this go into a smart collection. But it's not populating. I wonder if it's because it's... not active? Because it's archived. See? Hidden... oh, here. I don't want to unhide it though until I fix all the tags, because I don't know if that's going to make it go live. been so long since I've done this. I don't want to do some click and be like, boom, oops. I have this old. Oh, come on. So annoying. Okay, I'll just redo it manually. What else? All right, that's good. Save. Okay, that looks good. Now I'll unarchive it. Now will it let me add to a collection? This is so weird. It doesn't. Might have to do it. Not on this page. Cool moment. It was actually a photo shoot. But let your imagination run wild. Yes. Tagged with status. Add to collection. Here, I'm gonna have to Shopify. Add to smart collection. No, the fires are not gone. They're not contained. Fully contained. This is so... Oh, so frustrating. I just saw that there's like old Patreon stuff that is active that should not have been active. So I'm also toggling those off. Comparing suffering is one of the lowest forms of conversation. And it says a lot about a person. Okay. So why can I not... On Etsy, somebody's selling it. Well, time to call my lawyer, I guess. Not joking. Still rock this. Alright, let me look here. I live in Kentucky, I should get a prize. That's weird. I swear this was listed by like... Oh well. I thought we had Here, okay. Gone from what, Quad? Oh yeah, thank you. Derp. I still don't understand why this is not showing up as a collection though. Okay, we'll do a soft launch right now, chat. So I'm gonna make this go live on the site. So if you want to buy it, you can now. And then I'll update this. I'll add more detail to this later. And then, let's see. Little soft launch, you know? In the night. In the night. So this was previously only available with this company called Represent. But Represent is no more. So people have been asking me to bring this back for quite a while now. And as you see this, it's time intensive. It's a lot to get set up. And honestly, I'd rather spend that time on something more interesting, but also new merch, not old merch. But people keep doing fake versions and profiting off of it. So I decided to bring it back and donate all the profits to the people that have been affected by the fires here in LA. Let me see if this worked the way I wanted it to. It did not. That's weird. It's live. Thank you. Can you see if it's at the top? It might just be I need to clear my cache. Can you see if it's appearing as a top result? Here, I can do incognito too. Replace the first one at the top. Thank you. Yay! I should probably then just move those so they're not side by side to not confuse people. So then I'll move this one. Like 7. Okay. All right, chat. I gotta freaking eat. Okay. The shirt is live.
January
We're doing a little
2025
soft launch.
and Uncle creates merch, finally.
It's not on the carousel on the main page. They have to hit merch all collections, but it's there. So that's something that I need to figure out. I don't know why that's happening. Because I haven't updated. Since the website was redesigned, I haven't messed with the merch at all. So That's fine though, because when I link it on social media, I'm going to use the direct page link anyways. If you guys want the direct link, no, it's still not popping up for me. Hold on. Like, see, it's not even coming up here because it's not letting me add that smart collection. Thank you, Quad. This is also weird. I gotta update that coded thing. Should just say everything is slow all the time. Sorry. There we go. Like, where's the text? Ah, here. Nah, I love cheese though. Okay, chat. I'm gonna call it. There you go. Ooh, that link needs to change though. It says Russia on it. That's gonna be weird. So, where's the link name? My foot is stuck in my garbage. Edit. No, I need to edit the link. Here. Save. All right, let's remove that one and then boom, new link. All right, chat, I'm out of here. Thank you very much for watching Hangout. It has been pretty rough week, but I'm glad to be back in my house. I'm glad to be back in my bed. I still have a lot to like clean up because I left my house in a rush, obviously. So yeah, I will stream tomorrow. I'll see you guys on stream tomorrow. Curry Mel, thank you for the 34 months. We will, we gotta figure out what game is next. Gotta figure out what game is next, chat. Why is the green one not showing up, though? Something wrong here. That's weird. It's here, but it's not here. Oh, I probably have to sync it. Yeah, I saw that too. Thank you. It's like not pushing all the updates I did. Very strange. Okay. I know people like that green too. That sucks. Why it's not coming up. Yeah, this is gonna be some stuff I gotta figure out offline. Just hit up my developer. Demon Souls. At the moment, I know there's just too many things, too much chaos in these days. So it might be good to just like Demon Souls it for a minute. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. New YouTube video tomorrow. Thanks again for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye.